Good morning, everyone. Caught me a little bit late here. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, March the 10th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, Pepe. You're the one I really, I'm glad that I don't have to do YouTube over again. So thank you very much. Hashe New. Okay, there you go. You're either new or you've changed your nickname. All right, guys, let's see what's happening this morning. So the market is mildly down, okay, mildly down. Not like yesterday when it was down a lot in the pre-market. What a rally we had basically for at the end of the day. But so the market's modestly down right now. Let's take a look at what is happening. INKT rockets 60% after a collaboration with See Further. I don't know them at all for pediatric cancers. I wonder if this is a private company. It looks like this would be a private company to See Further. VTAC, VTAK. Let's see. Completes acquisition of remaining interests in Fly Flight. Okay. This is 1.88 million in the float. Wow, look at the volume already. 27 million. And that is VTAK. Fading a bit now. Now, here's one I didn't have on my list. ATPC. ATPC just popping now. That's why I didn't have it on my list. Enters into a definitive agreement about what? I'm not sure. With Citadel. Okay. They're low float. Actually less than a million in the float. 972,000 in the float. Spencer for Hire. It wasn't that a was that was SPENSER. Wasn't that a detective? BIYA. Can't see any news on this one. I'll figure you're not okay. Yeah, William, I'm glad you took a look at the BNTX. I was wondering about that one. I always like to see these bios that get beaten up. You sort of specialize. So what you're talking, and so this is an earnings play. So actually, it's an earnings play. So there's not like it's bad news in terms of drug failure. However, as you said, since following the departure of founders with that's plural. So who left? Who actually left? CEO? I think I'm sure you mentioned that, but departure of co-founders. Okay. Has initiated an executive search to find successors to founder CEO, okay, and medical officer who are departing the company. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so it's at the end of 2026. So this is not like they're being booted out now or it's an abrupt departure. So they're by the end of 2026. So there's plenty of time for them to. So yeah, that is I don't know about that. I mean, I know about Citizen Kane, but I certainly wasn't around for Citizen Kane when it came out. I just know stuff. All right, I just know stuff. I don't know why. A lot of the stuff it just keeps in my. May hear a glimpse of something or hear something, and it just sort of sticks with me. All right, what else? This is a really cheap earnings play, guys. Getting hammered down, 28%. ARQ hammered down on earnings. ARQ. ZVRA is up on earnings. ZVRA is up on earnings. Ah, yes, Rosebud. Let's go. Okay, ZVRA. ZVRA is up on earnings. Plus, they announced a new genetic testing program to detect Niemann-Pick disease. Okay. ATPC. Okay, well, okay. Well, our provider says 972,000 in the float, and that's our new provider. Well, new. I mean, we've had him now for several months. Or it, not him, but it for several months. So let me just check. He's the one that, or that's the website that everybody wanted us to switch to. So let me just check them, make sure we've got it right. Oh, I haven't gone to their website for so long now. Home dilution tracker, right? Man, I used to have to go there a lot. Oh, okay. Just give me a moment. They want me to log in, which is okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. Well, I mean, they've got 900. I mean, we're picking it right from their website, 972,000. So whatever it is, it's going to be very low. Okay, but this is what they've got, 970 million or 0.97 million. Okay. Either way, it's low. I'm going to trust them because that they kind of specialize in all this, so I will trust them. But as you say, whether it's a million in the float or 100,000, I mean, it's ridiculously low. So let's see where this could go. I mean, there's a 370, 378. The next high is 385. It may not matter. All these little things may not matter at all with that sort of a float. What was the so okay, collaborating with Citadel Investment to jointly mull the opportunities in oil, gas, and petroleum products. Okay. All right. The other one that the SGN. So we haven't seen one like this in a while. Remember how all these firms were switching gears and going into something else? So they want to go into crypto, blockchain, expected to close blockchain combination on March the 16th, and they're going to be trading, I think I've wrote down here, as AIB. They're going to be changing their symbol to AIB. Make sure I got that right. I know I saw something that said that we're going to be trading as AIB. Here we are. Yeah, at the commencement of regular trading hours under the symbol AIB. Okay. So we're switching gears, going from whatever they were doing before to blockchain. Rail. Let me see rail. Let's see if I have rail here. Yeah, I do have rail here. 15%. Earnings plays down. There's where I saw the VNTX. So rail, not much volume yet. Only 26,000 shares. Yeah, I saw that HIMS. I saw that Citi, I think, raised their price target on them. Not too high. Citigroup from 13 to 24. So we're at 23 right now. It is above yesterday's high, though. You're absolutely right. And the next high, I mean, look, if it gets going, 27, almost $28 is the next high. So actually, that would be about $5 for the next high. I just don't trust it. Now, did that next gel? I don't think that next gel continued. Not even close. I had this on my list. Next gel. I mean, I got up to 157 and right back down to $1. And signs an agreement to license, acquire portfolio of products from Cellularity, not a cell phone company. Remember GSIW from yesterday? We did 1 for 200 reverse split. Curse flat. Well, not quite curse flat. I mean, it's still 22. You know, the big. Anyway, we'll see what happens with this one. I mean, this is I'll be done. All right, yeah, Hims is on the move here. Hims is on the move. Some of the other movers. Let's see, Carnival. Let's see what else is happening. Well, actually, let's see what is happening with XLE. I want to see what. Okay, basically flat, down a little bit. Another one of these ones that pop up. ELAB popped up to almost 6, back down to 5. ELAB. Actually, it was halted, I guess, and then just resumed. Announces the initiation of a preclinical study. All right, let's take a look at some of the second. We don't have to look at XLE. We know that's way above the 200-day moving average. Let's take a look at technology. That was, you see what it did? It got down below, but it closed above, so it's still above the 200-day moving average. We know that financials are not going to be, but did they a little bit of a rally? At least they closed near the high, but still below. Discretionary, still below, but approaching it, but still below. Healthcare. Let's take a look at healthcare. Healthcare, I think was okay. Healthcare is. Let me just bring this back up. There we go. Yeah, it's far enough away. The semis, SMH. So it looks like there are only two major sectors still below the 200-day moving. Retail. Retail was in danger. Yeah, so retail. So there are three major sectors below the 200-day moving average. We've got retail, and we've got financials, and we've got discretionary. Even real estate. I thought real estate might be below, but no, it is not. Home builders, though, home builders, I mean, it's a major ETF. It's not one of the top big 11, as I call them, but it is below. It is below the 200-day moving average. That was the worst sector yesterday. Though, like most of the sectors, they rallied at the end towards in the afternoon. This might be this figure technology. It has not an earnings play. It's the volume. I mean, there's a lot of volume. It's a big float. Well, pretty big float. 101 million in the float. A lot of volume. Looks like they've appointment Brent Miller as a chief CFO. So that's juiced the stock a bit. Mizuho has a coverage, maintaining their coverage, outperform and a target of 55. But misleading, isn't it? Because they lowered their target from 64 to 55. So if you only see that headline, if you only see this headline, you think, oh, okay. But they've actually lowered their target. Still, it's above the 33 that it is now. Okay, here's that cellularity. So this is the one they did this is, okay, this is the one that with NextGel, which really just fell apart, NXGL, both of them. So ATPC guys, yeah. So the high up here was 449, back down to 342. I forgot to take a look here. Oh yeah, I said it may not matter because of that float. It may not matter all this stuff here. I mean, with that float. Ah, that is not Citadel. I thought they meant Citadel, the Citadel in the States. But this is UAE-based Citadel investment. Okay, that makes a little more sense. PTPC is out of Malaysia, I think. Yeah, out of Malaysia. I'm here in TDOC, guys. TDOC, TDOC, Teledoc. So the next high, 596, and then we went 632. Teledoc jumps as Deutsche Bank upgrades on valuation. As always, guys, I am the spy with the VWAP here. There's the VWAP, that purple line on the chart. That is the VWAP. So what will happen here? Will it come into the VWAP, get stalled, move down, or will it take it out, maybe have a nice little rally? Yeah, Obi, you were mentioning this Synx, SYNX, not showing up here. Coming right into the, well, it got into the 200-day moving average yesterday. Could not break through. It did the day before that. All right, HIMS is on the move here, guys. It's and then, again, the next high looking left is around 28. And you can see here's HIMZ, up 15%. So why? Well, there's the stock up 8%, and this is going to give you double the move. Where are you? Okay, it's an ETF designed specifically for HIMS. But remember, if HIMS drops 1%, this will drop 2%. Where are you? Right here. Okay, jumps around. It's jumping around on me. So remember, these ETFs, they're designed specifically for the stock. Big default earnings play today is Oracle. Okay. All right, guys. Well, HIMS is on the move here. Yes, it is. Again, so it's at the target that Citibank put on it. ZVRA guys on the move. This is an earnings play, one of the few earnings plays. You know what? There are a lot of earnings plays. There are just a lot of little ones, like really cheap ones. But this is not super cheap, $11. So earnings play. Look at this though, through that 200-day moving average. That's a big wow. Okay, that's through the 200-day moving average, way above it. And on a weekly chart, the next high is 1124 a couple of times. Okay, and then if it can take that out, then excuse me, the next high is around 12. So you said somebody said Oracle is earnings after hours today. Yes, it is March 10th post market. So that's a big one. Yes, Oracle. Wow, 924. Got to get my 930 layout up and running. So just give me a moment, guys. As always, saving my work, save my layout. Give me a moment. All right, let's see what anything snuck in here. I'll show you what I mean. So my previous layout had the top 16 in terms of the ones that had moved the most since yesterday's close, percentage-wise, with the filters that I'm using, of course. So we talked about the ATPC, the INC-T, the VTAC, And we did not. I did, at least I didn't mention this one. The TBMC Trailblazer Merger Core. Okay, it's a SPAC basically. It is not basically. It is. And I don't think I mentioned AGCC either. Where are you out of? Taiwan. Okay, so this is out of Taiwan. It's an exempted company. The firm operates through its subsidiaries, which engages in trading and wholesale of whiskey, etc. I don't know what that means. An exempted company. I know I could ask Gemini, but I think I'll postpone that for now. Okay, let's take a look at the sectors right now, guys, as we speak. So there's silver, the top sector right now. Okay, SLV, the top sector right now. Gold is behind there. So what's the worst one? XLE, energy. No, I mean, it's not tanking or anything, but energy is the worst sector right now, down 0.4% from yesterday's close. But silver is romping a bit so far in the pre-market. Nice straight move up so far. Not shortable for me. I was just looking to see if this one, this Ink T was shortable for me. It is not at Interactive Brokers. Too bad. Looks like it, I mean, it's underneath the VWAP. Looks like it's going to start to fade a bit. Market is now challenging. Look at that. It's challenging the VWAP. Okay. When I say the market, I'm talking the SPY. So SPY is challenging the VWAP. Hit it once, hit it twice. You mentioned Lucid. I also, Rivian, I saw was up this morning also. RIVN, no, was up. It's starting to fade somewhat now. UD Cowan upgraded with a target of 20. Still hardly see any Rivians. There's a few out there, but I hardly see any of them in Vancouver anyway. All right, guys, we've got about 10 seconds to the 9:30 open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Olma, just wanted to take one quick look at Olma from yesterday. That was a wonderful trading one from yesterday. Olma, got hammered down, but really had a great recovery. But then it did fade at the end. It did fade at the end. Still well above the low of the day, though. Still above the 200-day moving average. And we're open. So let's see. There's the HIMS. Whoa, boy. I mean, it is tempting. The ATPC is tempting, but man, it's so early. Tempting, but look at that, that float, guys. Showing up in the up big yesterday, down today. Down big yesterday, up today. If it's in powder blue, that means it's yeah, I mean I was actually thinking about taking one of these really early, but I just don't feel comfortable doing it with that float. It's not that I don't want to trade something with a low float, but it's just that right off the bat, wild things can happen, and I could run the risk this thing, just jets up right to five. SPY just went positive, guys. The SPY just went positive, and through the VWAP. Okay, through the VWAP. Well, again, maybe I'm just too conservative, but this is now just ripping here. Two guys, TWO. Yeah, probably going to drive me crazy here. ATPC, I'm going to see over and over and over and over again every time it makes a new high. Tesla guy. So if you are Tesla, I mean, that was under 400, wasn't it? So this is a way in which you can, if you think Tesla is going to rally, keep rallying, this is a way you can play it. It's a two timer. Okay. So Tesla must be up about 1.5%. The stock, this is up 3%. Now the SPY, yeah, the SPY is still flitting around that, or flirting at the VWAP here. It did pop above it. It's back down through it. Well, through it. It's right at it. Just to have a positive day, just right from the get go, and just have a nice positive day. There's the trade of the week. So it did not trigger. Definitely did not trigger. So I don't understand what you mean there, Greg Dan. When I open Holly AI, how are you opening it? The only way I use it is this. Are you talking? And of course, it's blank until at least 9:40. I'm not sure where I have a SMAR D window, daily window that opens too, but the window is always blank. Not sure what that means. Are you talking? If you're talking about looking at the AI, okay, this is, in my opinion, all you should do. This is all you should look at. The strategy trades all. Okay, so if you click on new from the toolbar, there are two that start off with premium AI. Pick the middle one that says premium AI strategy trades window. If you want to follow the AI alerts today, this is the only window, in my opinion, you should look at. The other thing you should do is in the filter section, profitable trades may be checked. Okay, uncheck it. In my opinion, you want to see the trades all day long, whether they're profitable or not, especially if you get a reentry. Okay, so if you're looking for a way to follow the AI today and every day, this is what I would do. Just have this one. Don't go to the channel. I don't know where you're seeing. Not sure where you're seeing that. Yes, William. Okay. Does that make sense, Greg, in our YouTube room? Intel guys, INTC. Intel is I looked here, it hasn't changed yet. I thought it was up 132%. I'm gonna go, what? So Greg, did you hear my explanation? Which may not have been exactly what you were looking for. I'm talking to Greg in our YouTube room. Oh gosh. Okay. SGN. This is now. Oh, I thought it was through a dollar. Okay. SGN. So they're going to be changing their symbol to AIB March the 16th, I believe. They're turning themselves into a crypto play. All right, BNTX. William, I think you said it might. You thought it might get down to 80. So let's take a look at BNTX earnings play. But the co-founders are leaving, but not till the end of the year. This is not like a boot out the door today. Greg, did you hear me? This is in our YouTube room. Well, you had a good call on Ampex yesterday, Wave Lab Studios in our YouTube room. Yeah, in fact, a great, you know what? I mean, that was really good because look what it did. It closed right at the high. So this has been a very good earnings play, continuation earnings play. Very good. Closed right at the high of the day. Now, what it's going to do today? Well, Snap is basically going nowhere now. I mean, other than down. I mean, look at the trend. Okay, so Kids was halted. Now, Kids was halted. Now, this blue window you're seeing here, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So can't see the stock price, but it is, or the symbol, it is Kids, KIDZ, halted at 379. This call I'm trying to show you perhaps where it could open. I have my house resumes on the other monitor now. So here it is right here. Okay, so Greg, what I was saying, I'm talking to Greg Danner in our YouTube room. Okay, I'm not sure I understand what you mean exactly, but if you are looking just to follow the AI alerts today, okay, today's AI alerts, Holly AI alerts, click on new from the toolbar, click on new from the toolbar, and then you see now don't worry about all this. I'm on a development version, but there are three that start off with premium AI. Pick the middle one, the one that says premium AI strategies window. Okay. In my opinion, that's all you really have to do. It makes it so much more simple. Okay. And here are the alerts so far right now. You will not get an alert until at least 9:40. Doesn't mean you're going to get one at 9:40. Today we did. The other thing I would do in that filter column, if you're just loading it more than likely it might say profitable. Okay. Uncheck it. You want to see the trades all day long, especially you want to have that reentry price column. Okay. Because sometimes what happens is you get a reentry, a better price to reenter the trade. So that's how I would monitor the AI all day long. I don't know when you're talking about a SMAR window, a daily window. I don't know. I can't answer that. Okay. Hopefully you understood that. Mm, wow. Look at AXTI, guys. It's not quite an all-time low, but boy, this got down to $31 yesterday. That got down to $31 yesterday. And now it's at 43. It closed extremely well, rallied with the market. And now look at this, AXTI. Not quite the all-time high, but I mean, that'll be the all-time high up here, 47. What a recovery from yesterday, $10 recovery. Yeah. Okay, guys, give me one moment, okay? I'll be right back. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Sorry about that. So yeah, look at the AXTI, guys. That is a massive. I mean, we could go. It could be the all-time high later on today. What a recovery. All right, I am interested in PDYN. PDYN. So let's take a look at it. Wow, look at all the room it's got. PDYN, guys, down yesterday, up today. Down at least it closed down at least 5. You can see what happened. Closed down at least 5% yesterday, but it's up today. All right. Well, I'm in it. I'm in it. I mean, he's got room. I mean, obviously he's got room. 954. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but now I've got to be careful. There was a reason why it was down yesterday. I mean, it was an earnings play a couple of days ago. So I mean, reaction wasn't great. So I got to be careful on these when there's a specific reason for a stock being down. Okay, that makes sense. As opposed to just being down because the market was down or something like that. But there was a specific reason. Well, there's Rivian, guys. Mentioned Rivian just briefly, just before the market opened. Yeah, I mean, look at Rivian. All right, a little early win so far, guys, on the PDYN for me. I mean, again, it's just from this scan here. Down big yesterday, up today. Now I made a change to it. You guys, if you have this one, someone asked for it yesterday, or you're probably going to have way more alerts. Okay. So, Greg, this is what I was talking about. Hopefully, you can hear me now. See what I'm saying? Here's you had a reentry for ACXP. You had an alert at 2:32. It got stopped out almost immediately. Well, within 3 minutes, but it got halfway between the original alert price and the stop price, 228. You had an opportunity to take it if you didn't take it the first time, or if you did take it the first time, but you had an opportunity. I unfortunately I wasn't paying close enough attention. I probably would have taken this. I like to wait for the reentries. Okay, I usually discount the first alert, and I usually wait for the reentries. Sometimes you don't get reentries every day because something specific has to happen. Though the rail, that's a great short so far. All right, I have to make up my mind here on the UNFI. UNFI, this is a potential short opportunity. Stock was up big yesterday. It's down today, and it's down big today, actually. Not just down, it's down big today. This is an earnings play. Actually, this is an earnings play. I didn't see it in. So this is an earnings play, UNFI. Now it's been a little bit choppy. Choppy meaning, well, here was the alert was at 35.14. So it's still kind of around that alert price. What I'm going to do is put a price alert just underneath 35 and see if it takes it out again. And I believe it has, yeah, the next low is 20. Wow. Are you kidding me? Oh, I read that wrong. I thought it was 23. So the next low was 33.90, 30 around 33.96, 34. So there's a little bit about a dollar to the next low. Low float guys on that. If you have the AI, just be aware, of the float. ACXP only 2.4 million in the float. Aware meaning don't leave your computer. Not shortable for me, unfortunately. TURB is not shortable for me, showing up as a potential short here, but is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, Dine guys, DYNE, sorry, not DYNE, DYN, DYN. Is this not an earnings play? Had earnings on the second, so not that long ago. The DYN, not DYNE. Now, coming into last month's high, 1939 is last month's high. The month before that was 1990. So let's take a look at the SPY. So still that struggle around the VWAP, okay? What did it get up to? Got up to 678. FinFan's talking about 680. Still a bit of a struggle around the VWAP, trying to get through it in a bigger way. I reiterate, if you have the AI, have that reentry price column. You should have it. It's part of the default. Okay. Another when the default when you load this strategy trades all, you'll have that column. Okay. The only thing is make sure this is unchecked. Make sure the profitable trades is unchecked. Otherwise, you won't see this. Okay. Because at 228, it's underneath that 232 original alert price. So you wouldn't see it. So make sure it's unchecked. I mean, that's a great example of how to use this. I'm not saying it's going to work like this every single day, but it's a great example of maybe just waiting for a reentry. Again, if you don't understand what I'm talking about, just let me know. So BNTX guys, William, it is getting right at that 80 level. BNTX right at the 80 level. Well, that was a great alert from your scan on the short. I mean, I'm now just starting to pay a little more attention to your scan right now, William. The William scan. Now you're talking about buying it on a bounce, of course. This is straight down so far. Your alert was at 38.56, so 37.80 now. We did already. I see. You are right as always. Yeah, 79, I guess it got down to. Well, another one of these China stocks, guys, have just been decimated. NFT limited, underneath a dollar now. Let's see. Well, I mean, 10 million is not like a huge, huge cap, Poe, but I do think, yeah, the value has to be at least 10 million. I mean, not that 10 million is a large cap stock, but yes, that is the filter. Of course, you can always change it if you want. Well, remember I was talking about the PDYN. These this scan here, the up big yesterday and the down big yesterday. I knew I had to be careful with the PD because it had news on its own. Okay, a lot of times we see stocks here that have moved down yesterday or up yesterday, not necessarily with terrible news or bad news or good news, but in this particular case, this was an earnings play and it was down yesterday. So for all those reasons, the stock was still, I mean, it's up still above yesterday's high, but or close. Yeah, I got a okay. Um, Pepe, I've got that custom formula in here. So if I give it to them, and most people won't have that custom formula, or it's a U28, I think, or something like that. So it's not going to overwrite. It just won't act, right? It's not gonna affect it other than you'll get more alerts. Yeah, it'll use their U28. Yeah. So I can give you this, okay? You're gonna get way more alerts than I've got, okay? And I'll try to explain that later, but I can give you this. In fact, let me I want to share it. As long as you do not have a custom formula, let me make sure. I think it is U28. Yeah, U28. So as long as so for those of you who understand what I'm talking about, if you've never done a custom formula before, don't worry about it, okay? But if you do have a custom formula and yours is U28, this will overwrite it. What do the colors mean? Are you talking about in this? Which one, Poe? Which one? Um, well, the way William, I mean, you can use it any way you want, but I mean, the color means that the GPN is making a new low and green. I use it in the way I think it was originally designed, continuation. So, for instance, GRPN, it's a continuation potential short. Okay, William uses it in a different way. He uses it to look for bounce plays. I mean, you can do anything you want, of course, but if it's in, it just means it made another new low. So these are down for the day. Whereas if it's in green, it's up for the day. Not necessarily up for the day, but it's making a new high for the day, but it might be still below yesterday's close. But I use it more as a continuation scan. William uses it more as a either a bounce, bounce off the bottom, or parabolic up and trying to short the top. You can do anything you want. So when he was talking about the CNC, if he would have tried to play a bounce on this. Well, you might already have this one, JMC. Okay, this is but don't get too overwhelmed by having so many scans. Okay, but this is what it is. I call it the William scan because he resurrected it for me a long time. Well, a couple of months ago, maybe. Too bad. Turb not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. This was showing up here. This is the don't repeat version of it, okay, of this. So you can see there have only been 4 alerts. Now, if you have this scan, you're going to have way more than me because I put a custom formula in here that says only show me, give me alert, yes, on the way down, but the next low, for instance, has to be at least 50 cents away. And if it's on the way up, the next high has to be at least 50 cents away. So I look at that as having some room. Well, because you're new, JMC, I would stick with what you've got now to try to sort of semi-master it. Okay, it's okay to be curious, but you can get overwhelmed by all the different alerts, types of scans that are. All right, guys, it is now 10:03. So what I'm going to do now is go over my homepage and show you all the information you can find on it, including some of the scans and races, etc., that I am currently sharing. All right, so on my homepage, this is what you're going to see at the very top, how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can use my promo code. You'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And it doesn't matter if you pick our standard service or our premium service. The premium has our AI. That's the big difference, okay? Now, all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and the trading room right here. I'm going to explain to YouTubers how you can get into this room. Why is it important? Because the company tracks the use of promo codes, and if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping these rooms free. It's really that simple. So if you're sitting in YouTube right now wondering, well, what is he talking about? Another room. There is another room. It's called the trading room. It's free also. You can stay on YouTube if you want. If all you care about is just hearing me and seeing my screen, that's fine. But if you're looking for a more active room, more interaction amongst other traders, you can come into the trading room. Now, there's a couple other bonuses in this room. Obi opens this room at 6:45 a.m. Thank you, Obi. At 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so a little early for me. So thanks to Obi, he opens his at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking for some pre-market conversation, come into this room. Remember, it's free. Now, I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30. Most of the time, William keeps his room open till, we'll say 3:45 after I leave. Now, just to let you know, Obi, William contacted me earlier saying that he'll be gone until 3 at least. So it's up to you if you want to keep the room open after I leave. Okay. That'll be up to you. And then William says he'll be back around 3, so he could always close the room. So be up to you if you want to keep the room open. So that's the trading room, okay? And keep scrolling down. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. The trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. It could be there. Okay. Education section. So let's say you've just taken out a subscription to Trade Ideas, or you're wondering about the program. Is this a good fit for you? So here's what you can do. First thing, if you do take out a subscription, mandatory you do this: 12 short videos to get you started. It's a software program. There's a bit of a learning curve, but what we try to do in these videos, cover all the key elements, okay? If you don't have trade ideas, I would start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you want to at least try us, okay? You can try us for a month. If you don't like it, just tell us, we'll unsubscribe you. The monthly subscriptions are just month to month. You can unsubscribe at any time, okay? Okay, Obi. If you're new to trading, a free series of videos for you if you're new to trading. This is there are 15 of them, okay, called Back to Basics. If you are new to trading, okay, if you're looking for the information that I'm currently sharing, oops, there we go. Here are my scans. Okay, now they're all technically not scans, but I'll explain that. So this is a race right here. The biggest gainers from the start of the race, large cap stocks. Okay, mover upside versus downside movers is right here. There's another race that I don't have it up and running, but I'm sharing. It's a more volatile race than this one. Pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. Pulse resumes. I'm not showing it anymore, but I do have it. I do have it on my other monitor. And I have 3 other scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, a momentum scan, a gap scan, and the combo scan, Pepe combo scan. Okay, I do have some other ones. Don't have them on my home page to make a decision whether I want to add them, but you can always ask me for them. You will hear me talk about them. Like this one is not on my home page. Okay, so if you have any questions, both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you have questions, please don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer. If it's an accounting type question, I will not be able to answer that, but I can direct you to the people who can. Okay. So again, please don't be shy. Asking me questions, it really helps me actually, because it helps me to keep engaged. I'm doing this, 6 hours a day, so it helps me to keep engaged. Now let's take a look at Fly. Okay, Fly. This is up yesterday, down today. Let's take a look at Fly. Now you know me. Well, maybe you don't know me, but I'll tell you now. I don't like taking stocks just above the whole number. I like to see the break of the whole number. Okay. Now, the other thing to always keep mindful of is what is the market doing? Okay, so if you're going to play, I mean, these are in essence sort of bounce plays, bouncing off the top or bouncing off the bottom from yesterday. Sort of trend reversals, okay? Daily reversal plays. But for a reversal to work, if you're trying to go like take a reversal here that's moving, basically suggesting that the stock is going to bounce off. Well, you'd like to see the market at least doesn't have to be necessarily ripping higher, but you don't want to see it moving against you, in my opinion. So that's the other thing, just to be aware of. Okay, give me a moment, guys. Okay, now fly is just underneath the sorry, just underneath the whole number. And that's right. The all major indices are red now. The Dow was always down. The SPY was up a bit though, but now it is down a little bit. All right, guys, I've got my eye on the fly. Okay, seriously, it's still hanging underneath 19. A little bit spready though. That's the only issue I've got with it right now. It's a little bit spready. We've got 18, not terrible right now. 1888, 1894. What's the relative volume of like 1.95? Not terrible. Well, if I don't try it, I'm not, so I'm trying it, okay? I'm going to try the fly here. Yeah, I don't like that. It just got spready again. Got to watch it, guys. I got to watch it a little bit here. 1892.19 is basically right where I shorted it. Yeah, but I may be knocked out pretty soon. I don't want to see it get over 19 too much. Come on, either take me out of the trade or move for me. Okay, I'm talking. I'm talking to you, Fly. So I don't understand what that means, Greg. I give me a moment, okay? I'm in this short of Fly. I don't understand that. Are you all? Are you all you care about is seeing the AI alerts today, Greg? Is that all you care about? Is that all you care about though? I just okay. Then I don't know what you're looking at, but I'm going to show you what I think you should be looking at. Don't go to the Holly AI channel, okay? It's way too complicated. This is what I would do. So you can hear me now, right? So go click on new from the toolbar, okay? New from the toolbar. You see where I've got 3 that start off with premium AI. Click on the middle one that says premium AI strategy trades window, okay? This is the simplest way to follow the AI. That's what I do. Okay. This is the window that you should see, something like this. Now, if you've never opened this window before, more than likely this is what you're going to see. In the filter, profitable trades is probably checked. So I'm gonna I want you to say yes, that you're following me, or no. I mean, if you're not following, if it's not making sense, just let me know. Back up. Okay, so you mean right from the beginning? So click on new from the toolbar. Click on new. Don't go into the Holly channel. Okay, it's way too complicated. Right here. See where I'm pointing at? Premium AI strategy trades window. Okay, it's the middle one that starts off with the premium AI. Okay, so you click on that premium AI strategy trades window, and this is what you're going to see. Something that looks like that. Okay. The only difference is that you probably have profitable you didn't do this, but the default is to have that checked, profitable trades checked. Uncheck it, okay? So you see all the alerts that have happened today. Why is that important? Are we good so far? Understand what I'm doing here? So these are the alerts we've had today. Yeah, I took myself out of the fly, guys. I might look at it later, but I took myself out of the cover. So it took a little loss on that one. Okay, so why is that important? You see there's a reentry price column. You should have this that I'm pointing at. This is how I use the AI. I sort of disregard the original. You get the alert, but I sort of disregard that and wait to see if we get reentries. You don't have to do that, but that's what I mean. Rail would have been great right from the beginning. It's a short 1043. It's 982 right now. Obviously, that's very good. But what I tend to do is just wait for reentries to see if we get any reentries. We only have one today. How do you get a reentry? If a stock, this was the original alert price for ACXP at 232. That was the stop price at 225. It hit it. And then it came halfway between the 232 and the 225, which is 228. I'm waiting for reentries. Now the problem is if you have if you have this checked, okay, you wouldn't have seen this. The reason being is that it's only going to show you the stocks that are above the original entry price. So obviously 228 is below 232. So that's why you uncheck it. So you can see if a stock hits the reentry. So you can look at it this way. Maybe the alert was just a little bit early. I mean, these ones have worked right from the beginning. I'm not saying don't ever, take a trade when you get the original alert and always wait for reentry, but that's what I tend to do. And that's it. That's how I would follow the AI all day long. Okay? What did I say about the hymns? How I don't trust it. This other thing with the SMAR, I don't understand what you're looking at exactly, but to make it super simple for yourself, this is, and just incorporate this window as part of your layout. I don't know. I honestly don't know what it is, Greg. I honestly do not know what it is. Is that maybe it's some kind of default? SMAR, SMAR. No, it's not even a symbol. I have no idea. I think that what the company has done, I mean, look, some people like it. If especially if you're just interested in the Holly alerts, the AI alerts today, this simplifies it. You go to the channel, and you've got so much information coming at you. So this to me just simplifies the procedure, gets you to focus just on what's important, in my opinion. Okay. Okay. Now Fly is getting interesting, maybe to me again. Well, I was talking about this figure earlier, and man, what a nice run! What a nice run now. FIGR. The other thing, Greg, I use this like a watch list. I mean, just because the AI says, to short rail. I mean, if rail all of a sudden, finds a bottom, I could turn around and say, okay, I'm gonna play a bounce on it, you know, if that makes sense. I mean, it was a nice short right from 1043. It got down to 96. I mean, it's a great short, but now it's in sort of bounce mode, so I like to use it just like a watch list. All right, guys. Nine, or sorry, nine, 1023. So what I'm going to do now, and every day I'm doing this, I click on new from the toolbar and click on docked channel bar. Okay. Not channel bar, but docked channel bar. It's going to bring up all the theme-based channels we've got. I'm going to click on the show more at the bottom here. I should get them to move it up. I mean, it should be something I think people probably would look at once a day, at least. And click on the sector status. Okay. The sector status. So this is a great channel to see at a glance what is happening with some of the major sectors. So right at the top here, this little top list window, this is showing me that silver is the top sector today. It's up 2.9%. Okay. NLR, which is an ETF for uranium and the nukes, is up 2.7%, etc. Let's go down to the bottom. What's the worst sector today? Financials, unfortunately, XLF. I mean, they're not tanking or anything, but these are the worst sectors. This is actually XLU now just took over utilities and finance, financials. Okay. So that's how at a glance you can see. So for instance, if you were thinking about taking a silver play, you had some silver stock you had your eye on, you probably want to see what is the sector doing. That silver stock may have some news specifically to it, so it may not matter. Maybe it's an earnings play or has some specific news, so it may not matter. But if it doesn't, and you're thinking, whenever, I'd like to take a silver play, well, you probably want to see if silver, the sector, what is it doing? Is it on your side or is it one of the ones that are down today? If you wanted to take a financial, go long a financial, probably not, I mean, financials, they're not, it's not tanking, but it's one of the weaker sectors today. So that's number one. Number two, we have 11 of the major sectors right here. And so at this point, what you can do is you can see what the top performing. So here's industrials. Top one, GNRC, 2.1% up from yesterday's close. And this one, wow, look at WM. That's a big move. I mean, it's down 4.5%. RSG down 4.3%. Okay, I'm not sure. It's not an earnings play. So for some reason, this is down a lot. Okay, what these percentages mean here: 56% of the stocks that make up XLI are down for the day, versus 44% are up. Let's take a look at maybe something a little. So look at utilities as an example. 90% are down for the day, but there are a few that are up 10%. So, I like to see, why are these ones up? Maybe there's a reason. Because these stocks are running counter to the overall sector. But again, you can scroll down. What's the worst one? AWK down 2.7%. So for some of you, this might be all you do. Check out, what are the strong sectors, and then go into some of these individual sectors. Maybe check out the strong stock in the sector and the weak stock, and maybe figure out a way to play to trade them. Why that might be very good is because it gives you focus for something to do every single day. Okay, that could be your plan. How to use trade ideas. I'm not saying that you should do it like this, but it's an idea. Now, the other thing you can do is you can pop, and any one of the channels you see here, you can pop any one of these windows out. Popping out meaning creating a free floating window. So you don't have to stay in the channel to see these. So for instance, if I wanted to pop this one out, which I have, it's on my other monitor. Okay, I've stretched it out. So if I right click in any one of these windows, and again, anything you see in any one of the channels, right click and see where it says duplicate into free floating window. Now, some might just say duplicate. Okay, so it's either going to say duplicate into free floating window or duplicate. When you do that, it's going to pop it out. So that's what I did, and now it's free floating. Now I can incorporate this as part of my layout, which I do. Okay, so I don't have to go into the channel every day and get this. Now, some of you what you might want to do is you might want to have that, and maybe you pop out a couple of these channels and just follow those stocks all day long. I generally am not more than two trades at the same time, JMC. Okay, if that answers your question. Most of the time, I'm in just one at a time, but rarely am I in more than two. So if you have a question about the sector status, and I don't have to give it to you, okay? It's part of the channel. It's a channel there, so you can just you can get it yourself, okay? So the question is, can you set a price range within the sectors? Sort of, okay. Not well. Okay, let me click on it again. I mean, to answer your question, yes, but okay. So let's just say in consumer staples, okay. I wanted to set a price range. I right click, configure, Windows specific, and price. Let's say I only wanted to see the ones between $1 and $100. Okay, I'll just do that. Okay. So yes, now I'm only going to see stocks between $1 and $100. Okay, in here. Okay, but if you left the channel and then came back, that is not going to get saved. The reason being is that all these channels are for everybody. So the fact that you want to make a change to something, it doesn't mean that that's what everybody else wants. So it's like, so these channels are designed for everybody's viewing pleasure. Okay. But yes, when you're in the channel, you can make a change, and if you stick in the channel, you can make a change. And as long as you stay in the channel, the change will remain. Now, what you can also do, though, for instance, as I said before, maybe there's a couple of these that you want to follow all day long. So I could pop out. See how this says duplicate instead of duplicate into, it drives. Well, okay, I'm not going to get too upset, but in fact, right now it just says duplicate instead of duplicate into free floating window for some reason. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate this though. So here's now how you can really massage it if you want. Okay, now that it's outside, you can still do it within. You can do all that I'm going to do within it, but remember, if you leave the channel, everything that you've done will not be saved. But let's just say, for instance, you want to follow the financial sector, 3 times a week or every day, or you could take it and now you could construct all your own filters. The price range you want, the relative volume that you want, the volume that you want. Really customize it. That makes sense, Balagan? 98. And then you could save it, and you could make this part of your own layout. But this is in a doc. This is in a doc, Tepe. And when I showed this last time, it did say duplicate into free floating window. This is in a doc. It's always been like that. Yes, I agree. I mean, it is odd. So I'm saying it. I see now it's back. Duplicate into free floating window, and maybe it's all now it's going to be duplicate in free floating window. But you saw that it said duplicate before. One moment, please. Ah, shoot, I missed this one. Look at the PTRN. Had the alert at 10:47. Not the time. 10:47. I missed this one. Ah, man, how did I miss that one? That PTRN. I saw it. Had the alert at 10:07. I guess I was rambling and just forgot to keep watching it because that was a very nice one. 10:47 on the alert. So if you guys have this one now, you're going to get a lot more alert. You will have more alerts than myself. Okay. This is all I got today. Very manageable. Let's take a look at that ATPC now. What did it do? You never know. I mean, later on in the day, guys, I mean, it's going to have to get back over the VWAP, but later on in the day, this could do it again. So, in fact, what I'm going to do is just put a price alert around the VWAP area and see, if it takes it out later on. Cannot do it, Cedric. We cannot. We're one thing we're not good at. The question is, how can I filter for a stock that closes 10% higher than the previous 1 minute candle? We can't refer to the previous candles very well. Okay, be it 1 minute, 2 minute, 5 minute, 10 minute. We can show you that a stock is higher than than the previous candle, but not the percentage that you're looking for. We have a consecutive candle filter, so you can say, okay, show me stocks that if 5 consecutive 1 minute candles up, or 5 consecutive 1 minute candles down, just to show you what I'm talking about. I mean, that's not going to give you exactly what you're looking for, but at least it'll be higher than the previous one. The consecutive candles, 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60, and a day. And so if you're looking for, you want to see 5 consecutive 1 minute candles, up, 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 up. If you want to see them down, you use a minus number. So let's say you wanted to see at least 5 minute, 1 minute candles that were down, at least you would put, say, -5 in here. Topsy-turvy day again, FinFan. Yeah, look at that. We're now, everything's, yeah, all the major indices are now positive again. One moment, please. My goodness, where are you, Wave Labs? Wave Lab Studios talked about AMPX, and it's still running. This was early in the, I think, in the pre-market, or maybe when the market opened. AMPX, what a great earnings play, consecutive, or continuation, I should say, consecutive or continuation from earnings that it had on the 5th. I know it says March 4th post market, but the reaction is on the next day when it's post market. So, yeah, what a great continuation play. Has not cared what the market's doing at all. It's just moving on its own. So, for instance, the consecutive days filter, you could construct a scan that shows stocks, up 3 consecutive days in a row, as an example, or down 3 consecutive days in a row, and see what they do on that fourth day, or whatever number you want. Many ways to use trade ideas. Boy, William, I'm missing. Are you gone now? I think you're gone, right? I think William is gone. I think he said he had to leave at 10 o'clock. He'll be back at 3. But if Obi doesn't keep the room open after I leave, then the room will have to shut down whenever I leave. No pressure, Obi. Crypto guys, yeah, crypto was a big one yesterday, right off the bat. There were so many crypto plays that were moving, even though the market was way down at the beginning of the day. But crypto, let's take a look at IBIT. Yeah, so look at IBIT guys. That's what I use to follow the follow Bitcoin and through the VWAP now through the VWAP IBIT was Inc T shortable for me. I don't think it was. No. Yeah, I looked at in the pre-market. I looked at that, and it was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Harvey's Hitman. Yeah, I haven't seen you for a while. NXE looks interesting again. Okay, NXE, Next Gen Energy. Okay, had earnings on the 3rd. So last week, what did it do from kind of did really nothing. I mean, it was down on earnings, but kind of not horribly down. Uranium play, of course, headquartered in my hometown of Vancouver, or my current abode. One moment, please. I'll be back in about a couple of minutes, okay? Just give me a couple of minutes, maybe even 3 minutes, okay? All right, guys, I'm back again. I should have had more conviction in my disdain for hymns, HIMS. I just don't think these just never holds the gains. I mean, this is now just a great short from up in this area. $25, 23 now. OB, VIR is tempting us, well, tempting me again anyway. VIR, it's tempting. It's teasing us at that 10 level. It got up to yesterday, got to 10.05. Yeah. All right, guys, let's see what's happening. 10:48. Haven't looked at any of these. Haven't had a chance to look at any of these. So let's take a look at Intel right now. INTC. Ah, so it had a nice little pop at the very beginning. Then the market started to move down, and Intel, of course, the component of the market, moving down. But now that the market, so here's a stock that is basically just following the market. Not an alpha stock. It's not trading on its own. It's basically just following the market. Alpha stock meaning a stock that is more or less trading on its own. It doesn't care what the overall market's doing. Doesn't care so much what its sector is doing. Look look at the change now. Look how many positive sectors there are now. Now, I'm not saying anything is wildly positive, but and what is the weak sector? Still healthcare. Interesting, healthcare. Just figure, guys. Another little move up after a little bit of consolidation now. FIGR. Where could it go? PTRN. That's probably the best one from that scan today. Meanwhile, figure. Now, by the way, okay, anybody who took this, you're going to hear a little chime. Okay, there was a sound alert on it. So if you're wondering, well, where is this little chime coming from? A computer sound. That's where it's coming from. Wow, pattern. Wow, what a you know what? I mean, it's getting, well, it still has a ways to go. $12 next high looking left, a little over 12. 10:37, okay. This was, the alert I got here was at, 9:47. 'All right, guys. Well, it's not quite 11 o'clock, but a little over an hour from now, I will be taking a break, and Chris Varley will take over for me in our YouTube room, doing double duty this week. He was in yesterday, he'll be in today. But again, if you have questions, you don't have to store them all up. I think people, think they have to wait until noon for one of the other traders to take over for me in our YouTube room, then they ask questions. I mean, I'll do my best to answer questions all day long. All right, guys, this HIMS is driving me crazy. The IMS driving me crazy because I'm not in it. That's just riding that wave down. The TI wave down. Well, I'm definitely interested. Okay, first of all, where's the next low? Yeah, I mean, the next low is say 21. So I'm definitely interested in it. A little pop up and see if it can just maintain underneath 23. I mean, I feel somewhat that I'm chasing it, but it wouldn't surprise me if it went negative today. Okay, guys. Well, I know I'm sort of chasing it, but took the him short. Might be only a bit of a scalp. I mean, it's down. It's down. It's been down quite a bit now, so it might be a bit of a scalp for me, but we'll see. Put some price alerts underneath. See if I can induce it downwards a little bit. I'm kidding, of course, but I don't use it. The only I mean, you can try it. The only reason I even look at the shoot, just give me a moment. Just want to watch this hymns. I mean, it may pop up on me. I knew it was a bit of a chase. The Ripster channel is good to describe what the wave is all about. Okay, it's got that video. But as far as all the little scans in there, I've never used them. But I do like the wave a lot. I like the visual presentation of it. But so if that's what you mean. But as far as all the little scans that are in there, I've really never taken a look at them. But I do like the wave. I love the presentation, the visual presentation of it. It has helped me keep in trades way longer than I ever used to. Yeah, I mean, I use the wave. I use the TI wave 100%, but I don't. But I'm not looking at the those individual scans. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, I probably should, just to see what it looks like, but I've not done that. Yeah, mate. It's come on, just leave that 23 behind. I'm talking to hymns right now. Leave it behind. Now, had I been in this one up here, where I probably should have been the short, this is what I would have done. I would have taken some off here as it stalled a bit and the bars got a little bit into the wave, okay? But I would not have been out of my entire position and then just keep riding it down, you know, and until you get really a transition. Maybe give it just maybe a couple of pennies more. Yeah, okay. I took a loss on it, but I may take a look at it again if it gets back down to that 22.85 level. Okay. Again, I would never have been out of it if I'd been in and up here on the short, but you know, I knew I was chasing it a little bit. I thought, okay, broke the whole number twice. That might have been a good idea, but now maybe it's time to flip the script. Let me see if it's turned blue on the 1 minute chart. Not quite, but you can see how it's curling on the 1 minute chart. All right, guys, what time is it now? Now it is 11 o'clock, so about an hour for me to go. So you see what I'm doing, guys? What I'm doing is if I'm if I have a time frame like the 2 minute, okay, and I see this starting to curl, I'll drop down to a 1 minute to see if it has actually curled enough to create the little blue. That would mean maybe the trend is changing. Okay, not yet. In fact, this looks like a rejection of the curl. Okay, so talking about the Ripster channel. Okay, so the wave. You click on new and then click on again the dock channel bar. One of the channels is called Ripster Rippers. Okay, Ripster Rippers. So when you click on that, a video is going to pop up somewhere. Okay, it popped up on my other monitor. It's right here, and it'll start. So you'll start. You should hear somebody start talking. This gives you. This basically goes over what the wave is all about. Okay, so you're going to listen to that channel. It's about five or that video. It's about 5 minutes long. Okay. And so this is what the gentleman was talking about. Monk was talking about. These are some scans. Okay. I've never even looked at them. So don't ask me to explain them. Okay. I've never looked at them. You'll curl up. Okay. I see. Okay. I can see what it's looking for. A curl up. The curl up. But if you're, all the shading and everything like that, you're gonna watch the video. Yeah. Again, I've really never looked at this. So ACN on a bounce. Take a look at some of the other ones. These are okay. Agro, a little more, not quite the big price that ACN is. Anyway, I don't know if Monk, if you're looking at these at all. No, this might be interesting. I've not really paid any attention to this. Ripster Gap and crap. Okay. And notice that he meaning the gentleman, I guess, who kind of developed it. For whatever reason, he uses on a 10-minute chart. So if you just wanted to follow this, you could probably just duplicate it into a free floating window. And let's see what happens. So I don't have to stay in the channel. I'm just curious to see what sort of alerts I get. Okay, now here's one. Oh, this is okay. It's an ETF for APP. Okay, so that means that APP the stock is down at least, or it's up. Sorry, no, it's down 4% or 5%. Okay, a little too expensive for me. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what the advantage of using a 10 or a 15 or a 5 is, I guess, but if it all depends what you're comfortable with. Okay, chief. So you're actually using some of those scans, or you actually put the 2 waves. I've only got the 1 wave really, okay? Only got the 1 wave here. That for me anyway, that seems to be enough that I need. I know I can have another wave or something, but keep an eye on this Capricorn, guys. CAPR. Look what it's doing. It is sitting right on the VWAP. Okay, it's up for the day, big. It's up 16%, but it is, maybe it's getting a little bit weak. You see the little sell flag there, getting a little bit weak, but it's sitting right on the VWAP. Will the VWAP keep acting as support like it has been for quite a while, or will it finally succumb and crack? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a price alert just underneath it to see if it takes it out. Maybe that'll start a interesting short opportunity for us. Other than the fact that it's been halted and several times and resuming, no, yeah, I mean, no rhyme or reason for it. There's no, I don't think there's any. Ooh, okay, okay. Give me a moment here for the CAPR. You know what? Don't like the spread. 1738. I mean, it's not terrible for a $35 stock, but I don't like that spread. So I'm going to forget about it. ANTX is taking a hit here now, guys. ANTX is up. This was the one that really ripped for about 1, 2, 3, 4 days, and I got up to $7. Ooh, it is shortable for me. Very interesting, but yeah, it's a little too extended on the short side now. Yeah, there are 800,000 interactive brokers. I'm surprised there's so many. For some reason, Under Armour. Look at the volume increase in Under Armour. Now this scan right here, this the upside versus movers. There's always a volume component. Are you tempting me, Hims, right again? So when I say there's a volume component, especially in the afternoon, okay, say after 1 o'clock, but even now, I mean, look at the volume component. When you get an alert here, these are real time alerts, okay? It's just taking two competing scans and running them off against each other. And so if it's green, it means it's made a high of the day, but it's usually on volume also. There is a volume component. So you can see the big volume bar right there. Look at the volume bar on the 5, look at it on the 2 for a CORZ. Now, usually in the afternoon, it's more dramatic. All right, poet could no, not interested. I'm just looking left. I see all the little areas it could stall for poet, but I love the fact just over the whole number, a little bit of consolidation, break, volume, all positive, positive. And I check, check, check in my check mark of things that I need. But then I look left, and there could be some definitely some resistance right around here. So I will not take the trade. All right, guys. Well, let's see. What are silver is still the leading sector. Okay, silver is still leading. NRR and LR nipping at its heels, and the worst sector, utilities. Interesting. Not that it's down a lot, but it is the worst sector right now. There's only four, five now. Five. Well, these are zeros. So, but all the other sectors are somewhat positive, especially silver. Silver's been on a roll most of. Well, not. I can't say that. No. Look how choppy it was right around here. Even on the 5, pretty choppy. So it's not been like a smooth move up all day. Glad I resisted trying to take the hymns again. Just gonna forget about it. Sing, okay, amen. SING, sorry, CING, up. Got a bad look on the 5-minute chart in terms of the wave. I want to show you what I think is just about the perfect wave. Now, if you can find one. Might be hard today because the market's been a little bit choppy. This isn't bad. This is pretty good, actually. Okay, what I look for, I mean, for me, the ideal wave is something that's narrow. Okay, see how it's a sort of a narrow wave. It hasn't ballooned. The reason being is that when it starts to balloon, now if you're in the trade way down here and it starts to go parabolic, by in other words, the wave expanding, yeah, it's fine. But if you're in the trade up in this area, you know, the way I look at it anyway is that the minute it starts getting parabolic is when anybody who's down here in this trade is maybe going to take some profit. So it's, let me see if I can find even a better one. Well, it's the same one. No, probably not going to, probably not going to see an ideal one today. Well, let me get back to the FPS. So if you were in this one down here and you're long, 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 no reason to get out of anything until here, okay, right there where you see it, the bar piercing the wave, and in fact got a little bit below, 100%, I would be taking some off. Not my entire position though, okay? Because it's not necessarily that the trend has changed. It hasn't, it's not necessarily going to change to orange. But to protect yourself, you take some off here and then you hold on. Now, if it turns orange, in other words, if you start getting like that little orange coming in, then you know you might want to get out of the position. But right here, there's no reason to get out of your entire position. And look how you get rewarded by staying in the trade because it's still blue, if that makes sense. So you're in. Okay, right there, take some off, but hold. But I guarantee before I would have been out of my entire position right here. Okay, had I been in this one, I would have said, "Uh-oh, I better get out. Looks like it's going to turn on me." Still would have made good money, you know, pretty good money. But this just allows me to keep in a trade a lot longer than I ever used to. And it's just visual. It's just a nice visual aid. You know, the technicalities of why it's, you know, I don't really care. I know it's something to do with I know the 5 EMA and the 12 SMA, or even or vice versa, crossing and all that. I mean, I don't really care. All I know is that it, you know, visually it helps me. Now, for those of you who are wondering about the wave and how to get it on, if there's anybody out there wanting to have the wave on your chart, just let me know. It's part of the standard service. Just let me know. I don't have the wave on my daily, weekly, monthly. I only really want it intraday. Yes, 156. Okay. So it's always a challenge because it all depends on the version you're on of trade ideas. But first of all, first thing you must do is I'm going to go to my daily chart, okay, because I don't have the wave on. So right click and you see where it says use browser interface. You must check that. Now, if it's already checked, don't uncheck it. It's just a toggle on and off, okay? So if use browser interface is already checked, then leave it alone. But I'm going to check it, okay? Now the wave does appear because I've done this in the past, okay? But if you've never had the wave on, then you know you won't see the wave. So first of all, 156, were you able to find use browser interface? And anybody else listening, were you able to find use browser interface and check it? Okay, so now it's checked. Now, here's the trick. When you look up in the top here, I guess, unless you're depending on the version of trade ideas you're on, do you see something that says FX in the top? Okay. See all these icons I've got here? I know I don't have FX. I've got this little indicator icon. So you have FX? That's what the yes meant? Okay. So if you click, and for those of you who may have that little indicator icon, if you right click on it, either the FX or the indicator icon, right click on it. Oops. Yeah. So right click on it, or I'm sorry, left click on it, left click. I'm sorry, not right click, left click on it. Then a little box pops up, trade, trade wave. Oh, that lot. Oh, so you are the person yesterday. Okay. Well, for anybody else listening, okay, when you left click, not right click, when you left click on the icon, either FX or that indicator icon, trade wave will be one of the options. And when you click on trade wave, the wave will appear. Now it's a toggle on and off. That's why it's disappeared. So I'll click on it again. So this is just a, so that's how you get the wave activated on your chart. Okay. I don't need it on my, I only like to see it on my intraday chart. So that's why I'm going to get rid of it on my daily chart. But that's how you do it. Now, what time frame to use it on, that's completely up to you. Okay. I mean, you can put it on your daily, weekly, monthly if you want, but I just choose not to. But if you're going to say, well, what's the best time frame to use? A 2, a 5, a 10, a 15, 30 intraday? That's up to you. There's no best. All depends on what your comfort level is on the time frames you like to follow. Well, you can. I mean, I know Pepe doesn't think it's that stable, but you can try downloading the beta. Now, if you're, but I don't understand why you're not able to get it on the laptop. You're on the production version, and you're able to get it on your other laptop. Okay, try that one. If Pepe's going to say, try that one. Maybe that one will do it for you. How can the wave color be changed? Okay, so if I click on the indicator or FX, whatever you've got, okay, and there's trade wave right there, right beside it. Here's how, right beside, I don't even know what you call this little hamburger. Click on the icons, the little icons beside trade wave, okay? When you do that, here's how you can control it all and your colors, okay? So it'll have the indicator icon, right? Is that right, Pepe? It'll have the actual indicator icon instead of the FX icon on that. Okay. So the question was, how do you change the colors? Okay. So here's how you can change your colors. Okay. Basically you just follow the palette, up color, whatever color you want, and then the down color, whatever color you want. Okay. So I'll do it again. So if it's FX that you're using or the indicator icon, click on it, left click on it so this box pops up. And then where it says trade wave, there's some little icons beside it. Click on it, and then here's how you can control everything, including the time frames. Okay, the time frames and the EMA type. And I haven't changed a thing. I have not changed a thing. I'm just using the default, and I find it works well for me. Okay, you're welcome, Doug, in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, I am interested in this figs. Okay, I mean it is right at the whole number. It showed up. It showed up here. Okay, it's 1601. Or I guess the original alert was at 1598. So it's still hanging around the 16 level. Okay, down yesterday, up today, and of course it's got a room. 17 is the next high, and and the market's on our side here. The market's putting in a nice little bit of a whoosh. Okay, so market is on our side here. The only issue I've got with it is look at the relative volume, only 0.69. So it's not really trading anything abnormally. Okay, that's the only issue I've got. The big float. So, it could take a bunch to get it to move, but it has moved 3.5%. So MEOH here, MEOH is also showing up on the scan here. This was an earnings play a couple of days ago, a few days ago. It was pretty good. Actually, it wasn't. It was post market. So there's your reaction. I mean, I got up to 57. This turned out to be a great all day short, if I recall. I'd probably take this one if the relative volume was a lot higher for the figs. It looks like it wants to hold 16. Oh, even tops are showing up in this scan now, guys. I mean, it's going to be awfully volatile. Obviously, it came out of the halt at 728 or so, or up here. So it's going to be awfully volatile. Oh, man. Look at it now. Look at hymns now. Oh, well, not in it. You just couldn't do that when I was in it on the short. Not going to chase it down now. Boy, crypto is Bitcoin is yeah, nice. Remember we looked at this last. We looked at IBIT last. It had broken through the VWAP in a pretty big way. Yeah, look at that. Big pop through the VWAP. Give me a moment, guys. I'm actually expecting somebody at my door, and maybe in about 10 minutes from now. So just give me a moment, okay? All right, I'm back. Silver is still strong, guys. It's starting to rip a little bit more now. SPY is still kind of up in this area, trying to hold the wave. You can see how it's trying to hold the wave, but if that, let's take a look at it on a 2-minute chart. See if it's turned orange. And the answer is not quite. How about on a 1 minute? Yeah, you see that? No, I'm not saying it doesn't mean it's absolutely going to continue down, but there is a bit of a trend change if you look at the 1-minute chart on the SPY. It may mean nothing. Meanwhile, tops just got halted on the way down. Yeah, I mean this. I would never. I mean, this in this one right here is way too volatile. And the down big yesterday, up today. Yeah, who had shorts though? I know. I'm sure I didn't. Ah, I don't believe it. I actually do not believe it. There were 419,000 shares available at Interactive Broker. I didn't even bother looking. I just assumed there'd be none. Well, I mean, yeah, it would have been an amazing short if you I probably would not have taken it, but I'm so surprised that there were that many shorts available. Huh. Well, I see MRNO right there. Yeah, volume. Look at the volume. Volume came into the trade or into the stock. There's nothing until well, let's take a look. 11:20. Really, there was nothing until then. Guys, one more break, okay? Give me about a minute. All right, back again. You are right. I have that one thumbnailed, the ATPC. Now, that's the one I was thinking maybe later on in the day, but later on the day might be now. But ATPC later, and it's at the VWAP. One of these ones that later on in the day just catches fire again. The volume is starting to come back a little bit. Okay, ATPC, it is starting to come back a little bit. So what is the VWAP is around 411 right here. So it's right at the VWAP area. And again, remember the float, less than a million in the float. So very volatile. High today was way up here at $5, little over $5. Just right at the VWAP area, guys. ATPC right here at that purple line. Okay, guys, I'm going to take some off. Holding my breath on this one a little bit, guys. I've taken some off. I want to see if I can get into the 30s again. I'm talking about the ATPC. It got right into the 30s. I just got to be so careful because of that float. You get a big yank on it. So just holding the VWAP still, trying to hold the VWAP still. That's best I can say about it right now. Ooh, hope the gentleman doesn't show up now. I'm expecting somebody showing up right around this time. No way I can just walk away from this. Okay, out. I'm out. Wow, good. Basically flat, guys. Basically flat. I'll look at it later on. Later on in the day. I want to see if it takes out. I got a little greedy. I mean, I just can't. If the person shows up when I'm expecting to, he said he'd be here around right now. I cannot be in this trade, and I just can't put a stop in like an auto stop. I mean, technically I could, but so I'm going to watch this later on. Maybe if it takes up that 434 again. Okay, still trying to hold four, guys. That's the best I can say about it right now. The ATPC, it's still but it's underneath the VWAP right now, so it'll have to take that out again, in my opinion, for it to get rolling again. Silver is still strong, guys. Silver is still strong. Now that's a better trend. I mean, yeah, little downturn there, but that's a much better trend. Okay. Pepe, you who knows all. They've added that dollar sign, haven't they? I don't recall seeing a dollar sign in front of any of the, s- the prices of the stocks. Now maybe it's been there for a little while, but I don't recall seeing it before. MEOH. Okay, MEOH. 5033 was the alert. Okay, so it's still hanging around the area. 53. That is new, isn't it? I thought so. Oh, you guys don't have that. Okay, so I'm on. So it's a development version. I see. Okay. Okay, guys, 11:48. So I may have to put my announcement up here because I'm expecting somebody very soon who's going to be knocking on my door, and I'm going to have to spend a little time with him. So what I'm going to do right now is I'll put the YouTube link in case I have to leave before the normal time. Okay, so here I've Chris is going to show up around noon. Okay, in our YouTube room. I just want to put my announcement up just in case the gentleman just shows up, in the next couple of minutes. So I'm still here until he does. Okay. Oops. ET. So guys, really keep an eye on that ATPC later on in the day. Okay. There's it could be one of those that just takes off later on in the day. Let me refresh my memory. And where could it go? So there is the high today around 5. There's a high over here at 532. So you can kind of see if you can get back over the VWAP area, maybe into the 430s, later on in the day with some volume. It could have that one of those late day runs that we see a lot. Not as much as lately, but we used to see them all the time. Get two or three stocks that kind of rest. They've had the massive moves in the first hour or so, lots and lots of volume. Volume tails off, kind of rest, and then, in the afternoon sometime, take off again. Not saying that's going to happen to ATPC, but I certainly, I'm going to know about it if it does. Okay, because I'm going to put a price alert up in this 430 area. So well, this is okay. This is a SPAC, BACQ. So I'm going to forget about that. So let's take a look at American Eagle. American Eagle, not an earnings play, but you know, moving. How is the retail sector doing? XRT. Yeah, so the retail sector is doing well. So, American Eagle, you're following the sector. Okay. American Eagle is definitely following the sector. It may have some news on its own too, but it's looking very nice. Now there's a nice wave. Okay. If you see how narrow it is, narrow, narrow, narrow. None of the bars piercing below it. Oh, just give me a moment, please. Raphael? Okay, I'll buzz you in. Oh, it was open. Okay, I'll come and meet you. Okay. All right, guys, gentleman is here, so I'm going to put myself on mute. All right, guys, I am back now. Just give me a moment. And now I can do the official handoff with Chris. That is our general contractor. Give me a moment. Okay, guys. So let's see what is happening since so the figs is, I didn't take this short. I mean, this is one of those ETF shorts, but boy, was that good. This was, I wonder what the long, what there must be a short version of this that you could have bought instead of shorting APPX. Just finding a little bit of chop now on the things that I'm looking at. All right, guys. So I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. It's 11:59 now, almost 12. So he usually shows up right around noon. So I'm just waiting for hear a little pop that I know somebody showed up in our YouTube room. I'll hand it over to Chris, and I'll put myself on mute in the main room, of course. I'll be back at about 1. Oh, look at this, a little break in consolidation, guys, for XERS, a little bit of a little flag, I guess, and then a pop on volume for XERS. But what's the next high looking left? The next high looking left is 559. No, it's above that. Next high is 596. So too close, too close to number one, the whole number. If the next high had been 626, I'd be a little more inclined to take a harder look at this XERS, but it's not. All right, I heard a little pop, so I think Chris is in our YouTube room now. So, guys, in the main room, I am. I'll see you guys in about 1 hour. Put myself on mute in the main room. Actually, I guess I was already on mute. So, I'm getting an echo here.
Is it me somehow?
It's possible. Just give me a moment, okay?
Yeah.
So, guys, in the main room, I'm muting myself. Yeah. Let me talk. No, the echo's gone now.
Okay. Very good.
Okay. Hi. Hi. For those of you in YouTube wondering what the heck is going on, so Chris Varley will take over for me for about 1 hour, okay, between 12 and 1. And now I can say hello to Mr. Varley. I didn't have I'd be watching ATPC later on in the day, okay? Maybe it gets over the 450 mark. It could be one of those late day blossomers.
All right.
Bloomers. Okay. It had a big move early, super crazy low float, less than $1 million. And some of these, later on in the afternoon, the volume comes back, and you never know.
All right.
So I'll leave you with that one.
Sounds good. Thanks, Barry. We'll see you in a little bit.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right, everybody. So Barry making his way to a break. I'm settling right in. So yeah, happy Tuesday to you all. Sorry, just trying to, my picture-in-picture chart's giving me a hard time. Yeah, all my charts are giving me a hard time. This is good. This is good. I like this. Whatever. All right, happy Tuesday to you all. Same as every other day, open forum here. I don't have any pre-done content, so I rely on you folks to drive the content with your questions and engagement. Do my best to keep today moving and interactive, informative if you folks are not asking questions like yesterday. However, be a little dicier today. You know, we did a whole market recap and run around yesterday, all the ETFs, sectors, and all that. So I'll be grasping at straws to come up with stuff here today, folks. So really, really hoping you folks are coming with some content for me to go over with your questions and the software. So with that said, it is an open floor. It is an open forum. So don't be shy, folks. Get some questions in for me. Surely there must be someone with a question out there somewhere that I can help with. Again, I'm just going to give it some silent time here, folks, and keep soliciting for questions for the moment. Like I said, you know, I did a full market recap yesterday and rundown on top of all the sectors and ETFs out there. So, I'm not going to do that a second day in a row. And so I also say this isn't meant for me to be just talking at you folks. It's meant for you folks to be able to come here and ask your questions on the software. You have that option now, actually, to buy at, well, here. So if you go to Tools, Options, go to Brokerage Plus, and go to Calculations, and you could choose to either do last price or use the bid ask. There's an explanation how it works in there. So that, I think what you're asking for exists right now. So that's in there. And then can I talk more about the trade wave? Yeah. I mean, do you have specific questions on the trade wave you'd like me to go over? Or, I can just give my kind of general overview and synopsis of it, of course. But if you have specific questions, love to answer those as well. Excuse me. Yeah. All right. So right. So it's going by, but market just means that you're buying right now versus a limit order saying, I want to hold out for this price. So yeah, there's no limit order option in the money machine at this time. It doesn't hold the orders waiting for something. It just says, all right, stock is meeting the scan. We're getting on there. I don't know if some kind of limit option will come in there at some point. There isn't anything in the design board right now for that, though. I can say for right now, it's just stock meets the criteria. We're going on it right now as far as the money machine goes. So, but maybe, if you're around tomorrow, mention to Dan about it. He'll take some notes on these things and see if he puts that over to the dev team if it's something that can be done. So, circle back on the trade wave here for Flyaway Jerry. We'll just go Flyaway for short. So a couple of things that I think are important with this. Let me turn the trade wave on all my charts here. So, the trade wave is going to look different on every time frame. And then if you add or take away pre and post market, pre and or post market, that will also change the trade wave as well. So, I think these are important things to keep in mind. I just threw it on there because you can see that it's jumbled the trade wave here again for Apple. That's, what we're displaying right there. So there's no right or wrong with the trade wave. There's no, this is better or this is worse with the trade wave. It's all about, what time frame are you looking at, and then seeing how, it develops on those time frames, because, a stock could be, running sideways overall for the most part. But intraday on a 5-minute chart, you might be getting some decent buy and sell signals. So, what might be a good one to showcase this with is the SPY. Let me get my drawing tool out here. So, look at the SPY, here. Really just running straight, sideways at this point for, I don't know, October, November, December, January, February, 5+ months. But, we get this buy signal here yesterday on the 60-minute chart, and it looks like it's an okay buy signal at this point, right? So here, not really finding buy and sell signals right now because the thing's just chopping up and down left and right. Look, there's a buy signal here on the 5-minute chart, ends up being a decent buy signal. Here's a sell signal. Now one could call this late because, look, it's coming down on this candle way down here. And, so it was fading this entire time. So that's why I think of it as a guide in the sense of trends on specific time frames, but not an end all be all to buy or sell. So, you want to consider as you're looking at the different time frames, look at support and resistance, look at the likelihood that a new trend could actually be starting and that it's not just a cross that may get itself stopped out right away. So here again, with this buy signal, had this faded probably another 5-minute candle this way, we would have got another sell signal here, right? Before the move up and the buy signal stuck, because it didn't continue to fade and it kept going, this buy signal held. But it's hindsight to know those things like that. So again, I would use the trade wave as a way to simply identify trends and change and possible changes in trends. So again, it was a change in trend happening here on the 5-minute chart, and then a possible change again from the sell back to the buy. And then we could see after a candle or two, all right, looks like, we are trending. How long will it last? No one knows. And we're back into this position where we're running sideways. And if this were to fade a little bit more to the downside, probably another sell signal will come out. And we could see how far along or strong the trend is by this, cloud area here, how wide or narrow it is. As it widens out, we know that we've gotten a big move in that direction of that trend, right? Sometimes it's going to widen out real fast and it's going to move faster than we might care to react or care to accept that the trend is there that we want to get into. In a case like this, it moved a little slower into that trend, right? So those are the things that I'd be really looking at as far as the trade wave goes. Let me know if that makes sense. If you have questions on any of that specifically regarding the trade wave. Yeah, you got it, Flyway. You got it. If you've got other specific questions on it, outside of that, that's really the short and skinny of my thoughts behind the trade wave and its functioning. You could drill down into it a bit more. So if we click on the, depending on what version you're on, what this is going to look like. But here on this indicators, because I'm on the public beta right now, you have access, everybody has access to the public beta. If I click on the indicators and I click on the 3 dots with the lines next to the trade wave, we can come in here and see some different things. We could get more more buy flags or sell flags on there if we wanted. We could display just the last couple. If you have some reason you want to change the EMA on it, the fast or slow EMA, you can do that. You can do some stuff with the color, some opacity, things like that. My big thing is this. I'm always about experimenting with stuff, but I'm not always crazy about experiment just to mess with it without a purpose behind experimenting, if that makes sense. Like you want to just go around changing things with no purpose behind it, because that doesn't really benefit. There's no logical reason to do it. You don't have anything to gain by it, right? You end up just having to reset the whole thing and all that. So, but if for some reason something that I know is popular out there, or used to be anyways, I don't know if it is like, I think it's a 13 EMA crossing a 50 EMA. You could change the trade wave to that if you wanted, nothing to stop you. But just understand that, changing periods on things, it just means that the reaction to price movement is going to be faster or slower, faster with smaller numbers and slower with larger numbers, not better or worse. When it's slower, it takes longer to confirm, but it could confirm too late. When it's faster, it could take shorter to confirm, but it could be a false signal, right? So both have their drawbacks. Sure, this one takes longer, but it might be a better confirmation. Could also be towards the end of it, unfortunately. Yes, this one's faster. It's gonna show the alert faster. It's gonna show the signal faster, but it might be a false start. Could be catching it early. There's no way to predict that kind of thing. So that's the major ins and outs with the trade wave. Also, I just want to note, it will not be called the trade wave in the not too distant future. I think for you folks, I would say that, at least 2 more weeks, you're going to see it called the trade wave. And at some point, it's going to move to TI wave. It's going to be called TI wave. So just keep an eye out for that. Yeah, so that's the short and skinny there. Again, folks, open forum, and Oz and Flyway, appreciate the interactions, giving me something to look at and talk and discuss here versus kind of dead and empty space. And again, anybody else with questions, please don't be shy. Please get those questions in for me. What do I think about MU? Let's pull up an MU chart. Not a stock I've looked at in the last, I couldn't even tell you last time I looked at an MU chart. I mean, it's trying to be brave and hold up. I'd consider these things. You got this, kind of fading for a bit and a move up and giving a little bit back. And then it just gets on this beautiful trend, slight pullback, tries to move up, tests this area where it was breaking out from, gets going really big time. And this is where I like this indicator. Like, you just really see you're not getting those nice clean steps up. It's more of a slide down here on that multi-period low of 20. And now it's catching up a little bit. It's trying to dig into this area up here. considering there's a lot of other big tech names that have really gotten beat up over the last couple of months. Again, I poked at some of them yesterday. MSFT, Microsoft, it's in bear market territory at this point. Who else? Netflix. Netflix really beat up, also in or near bear market territory at this point. All right, let me get rid of these browser charts because they just slow me down too much. Who else was I picking on yesterday that's really beat up? Meta, another one that's beat up pretty good, or has been. I don't know if it's made any kind of recovery at this point. Yeah, it's pretty good off those all-time highs back here at near 800. It's below 700. It's down around 650 right now. So, I'd say MU is one of those stocks that it's looking all right overall. Now you have to ask yourself, am I waiting for something to get me into it from a technical standpoint? For example, something someone might consider is see how much trouble it's had at this area right here. So am I waiting for it to clear this area to feel like I could get in? If I wait for that area, where am I pulling the stop? Am I pulling it down here? Am I pulling it back up here in this area where it's, was having trouble breaking down for those few days? So those are the kinds of things I'd be asking myself now. If I'm interested in it, where am I interested in it and why am I interested in it at that point? And if I'm interested in it at that level, where am I interested in my stop? First and foremost is where's my stop that I'm interested in? As far as a target goes, you're not far off all-time highs. The all-time highs are right here at 455.50. So we got that right there. So, you don't have a lot of room before you're hitting blue sky with no chart resistance as well. So then you have to decide, how do I want to, if I enter, I've decided XYZ is my stop for XYZ reason. Then if I'm into the profit, how do I want to manage the profit from there? So those are the kinds of things I'd be thinking about from there. But I would say in a mixed bag, very mixed bag of, the stock world right now, where you've got some stuff looking real good, some stuff looking, teetering, and some stuff has been beat up pretty good. MU has that look like it's trying to hang around, and if the market, can stop spinning its wheels in the mud for a while, MU could be one of those beneficiaries of that. And the only other thing you're tied to with any of these, big name stocks is any big deals that they're doing with any of these AI companies out there, and so on and so forth. And obviously chip demand is, a big deal, but these are things that are out of our control. What we can control is our risk and our entries, or our entries and our risk, in that order. And what we can control is what we're using for a trading plan and our technical analysis. Outside of that, like everything else, the rest that, is out of our control essentially. So that's, my 2 cents on MU. And, you could tie that into a lot of different stocks that, you may or may not be interested in at this point. But again, MU, if we look at it compared to the Qs, zoom out a little bit. Bear with me. Or not. Now look at the Qs just running sideways while MU had been in a trend, right? Q's really running sideways, and it's at, been towards the lower end of that sideways for a while now. It's back in the middle of that sideways range right now, while MU again was in a nicer looking uptrend up until the last couple of weeks. This has been doing this for months and months and months at this point. So these are all things that they make MU attractive, actually. I can see why MU would be attractive to people at this point, at least from the long side. You could say from the short side, MU hasn't broken down yet. If the rest of the market were to really break down at some point, MU is probably going to get dragged along with it. So you could consider it from the short side like that as well, that it hasn't had the breakdown yet. So if the rest of the market really starts breaking down, you'd be to the earlier side of a breakdown with MU as well. But again, predicting what the market's going to do, well, we all know how that goes. So yeah, that's my 2 cents on that. And again, anybody with questions, don't be shy, please. Get those in for me. Yeah, very happy to do that for you. Got this ANTX yesterday, super high flyer. Today, not so much. Look at the volume become anemic in this today, right? Look at that volume yesterday. Massive, right? And now rug pull on that volume. Again, folks, don't be shy. Don't be shy. Get those questions in for me. There must be someone with some question somewhere out there for me. What else is going on in the world of high flyers? Let's see. Let's see. What else can we discuss here, folks? Oh, I got a whole lot. I'm really banking on you all to have some questions for me today. We'll look at top 10 winners here from relative strength from open on the right side here. So let's start with the last winner. Let's go with CRCG and see what we got going on here. So it's a 2x long ETF. No idea what it's looking at this point. But yeah, this thing is crushing along. 21 million shares traded on it. It's not exactly a lot of volume for it. It's in a nice uptrend here on the daily chart, coming off a bottom. They're being beat up for a lot of months. And it's kind of plugging along today, actually. Not too shabby, not too shabby. MGNX. This is some kind of software company, I believe. I guess not. Life sciences. Confusing it with another symbol. Having itself a day today, though. 4.2 million shares traded on it. 12.5 on the relative volume. It's been kind of getting busy with it the last couple of days. Positive earnings reaction and then some. Really cruising along. So that's a good looking stock at the moment. Of course, beat to all high heaven over the last 5 years. But nevertheless, having itself a day today. ACXP got earnings in a couple of days, approaching 23 million shares traded on the day. Massive relative volume at 263.5. So again, this thing is absolutely decimated over the last 4 years. I'm guessing it's also had a reverse split. I doubt it's ever been that high. But gap up and a go today. Fading at this point now, but we'll see. It couldn't break down that 250 level earlier, so we'll see if it can defend 250 and maybe bounce off it again. Let's see, BYGR. Another one here, getting real squirrely. Look at this bottoming shadow on the 60-minute chart. Again, 3.2 million shares on it with 16.5 relative volume, so decent liquidity, good volume. We didn't see a lot of that volume start to come in. It had already been kind of trending up a bit here. First hour plus of the market, and it really went nuts. Good size pullback and bounced off of that, but struggling at that $5 level. But certainly something to maybe keep an eye on going on here. So yeah, not too bad. This has produced a few decent winners so far today. Nothing too crazy as far as the charts go. Not bad on liquidity, 1.4 million. 8.5 on the relative volume. Again, these are all been stocks that have been beat up over the last however long, 5+ years, give or take. But they're having themselves some days today. So this has got earnings behind it back here. Positive reaction to earnings. Faded, filled the gap, bounced, gap, filled the gap, bounced. We'll see what happens here if it's getting itself going. Data processing, hosting related services. So anytime I see stuff like that, immediately comes to my mind AI or some type of AI type of play. It may not necessarily be true for all of them, but see if it can't defend that $3 level. Get a bounce off of that. Or from the short side, if it breaks down $3, it could be a good short back to that downside, right? Never know. KSS. Coles. I thought that sounded familiar. So earnings this morning. First reaction was negative with the gap down and got right back up and then came right back down. So been in a downtrend in general. As we went over yesterday, retail doesn't look so hot over the last several months. The XRT. Coles definitely being related to retail without any question. We'll just have to see. It's KSS. ATPC. Who are you? What are you doing? A lot of volume. 53 million. Almost 54 million. Incredible volume, incredible liquidity, incredible volume. 381, almost 382 on the relative volume. This thing is definitely a reverse split a time or two. So we're not too concerned about the past stuff going on here. Massive gap up. started to fill the gap, but couldn't. But it's been suppressed by the VWAP this whole way. So this is something I'd be looking. If I'm looking to the upside, I'm looking for it to break the VWAP and break out. I'm looking to the downside. I'm looking at to continue to fail at $4 and hope the VWAP comes down and tags it and pushes it down. If I was looking for it to fail, the kind of things I'd be looking at. IXHL. Not crazy when I see less than 1 million shares traded at this point on the day. Doesn't mean it's not tradable. I'm just not crazy about that. The relative volume is kicking almost at 5, but that just means the stock doesn't trade at all going back this way. Some kind of healthcare, dental laboratories. I don't really know what that means. But I had a nice trend earlier in the day with increasing volume. And then the rug pull. Low float stock, so who knows? Earnings are a bit behind it, so I don't think that's really had any impact on what we're seeing here today. Just maybe some kind of flavor of the day for some trading room or something like that that's decided to get that stock moving with that low 11 million float or so. Bear with me. Sorry, I'm making an adjustment with my mouse. That's giving me trouble. Let's see here. TOPS. Is this that shipping company, Tops? My goodness. I haven't seen this thing in a long time. Well, it looks like it did something crazy back here. What was that? So June of last year, I had one stay. So those have been around long enough. We'll remember this. But back in like 2017 and 2018, right around end of October into November, the shippers kept doing the most insane stuff. There was a company, DRYS, TOPS was another one. I can't remember the other ones, but these things were doing the most insane stuff. It was wild. And like other shippers were doing pretty crazy stuff too as sympathy plays, but nothing quite like DRYS or TOPS. If we go back, let's just hit the weekly chart and see if I can get back far enough to show some of this craziness that went on. I always like to remember these things. Here's a good one. See, this thing is reverse split so many times, I can't even really properly show it on these charts. Yeah. I mean, here's going back to... It's 2022. So yeah, these things like to do this every once in a while. These big shippers, or I won't even call them big shippers. Let's see if I can get this one. It's giving me a hard time going back for some reason. Yeah, so 2018, October 2018. What did I tell you, right? Now, this isn't really showing it well because of the reverse splits and all that. This was like a day where the stock was up like $40 or $50 that day and, ended up giving it up or whatever. And it did it the year before too. So, pays to know your history once in a while with these kinds of things. Anyways, TOPS, what's it doing today? Let's get back to the daily chart here. So yeah, this thing, I mean, look at this. This is insane. This is not tradable stuff in my opinion, but for whatever reason, it got kind of going and a halt, probably halted on the way down to here too, and then back up this way and a halt again and an open and then just flush afterwards. So, I'm sure there are people out there that traded this that did well. I can guarantee you there are people out there that traded this and lost everything. Very unpleasant things to see out there like that. So it pays to know your history. There are stocks that have personalities. Personalities don't show all the time, but when they do show, they're repeating some personality from their history. TOPS is one of them. That's for sure. I can't believe this is actually still around. I don't think DRYS is around anymore. DRYS. Let's just try. Dries. Yeah, no, it doesn't even exist anymore. So, anyways, blast from the past for me. The 2017 is 2017. The summer of 2017 is when I started actually live trading myself. The beginning of that summer. So UMAC, last but not least on that list anyways. UMAC. So big move off the open, just kind of fading away after that point. Volume continuing to fade with it. Let's get that picture-in-picture chart out here. Just kind of like to look at the long-term picture. So, kind of all over the place long-term picture. Way up, way down. Back up, back down, but making higher lows along the way, not making really higher highs, going back through into 2024. But we'll see what's in store for it now. Earnings in the pre-market yesterday, so had a kind of up and down day yesterday, overall positive day for it today. That positive was done in the first 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes of the trading day. Kind of just hanging around at this point. Yeah. Let's see here. I don't know. Give me something, folks. Come at me with something. Got about 20 minutes left. SPY in the market itself, just kind of running sideways at this point, intraday right now. Made a nice move early on in the day here. Finished the day with a nice move, a little fade to it, but very nice close overall. Came down to fade a little early, got itself moving, run sideways, around 0.5% up right now. So all things considered, not bad. We're back at that 180 level. And really, we're just stuck in the same range. If you zoom out, the range looks smaller. If you zoom in, the range looks bigger. Perspective and all those things like that. So this is what I mean by the range, with the SPY. Look, looks really large there, right? Kind of a large range. Let's do this now. Ain't so large a range all of a sudden, right? When you big picture it, pretty small range actually. So yeah, just stuck, Let's see. All right, still nothing else coming in for me at the moment, unfortunately. Yeah. As the day goes on, my evening scan is populating some items on there. See how that all ends up working out later in the day. Let's look at I don't know, grasping at straws here, people. Let's load from the cloud. Let's look at my lifetime high scan. So position lifetime range. Not bad, got a good bit of stocks on there. All these stocks are 85% above the low of their range or better. So not too shabby. This is going to haunt me for a while, that AAOI. You buy something in the 30s, you sell it in the 40s, you buy it back mid 40s, you sell it in the 50s, you feel like a genius, right? But then the stock does that afterwards, after you sell it in the 50s. And I don't feel like a genius anymore. I feel like a complete schmuck. But that's trading for you, right? That is trading for you. Am I crazy to like RIVN right now? I don't know. Are you? What's RIVN? Oh, Rivian. It's these are electric vehicles, right? The Amazon electric vehicles, I think. Oops. I don't really know what to say on this other than just look at the charts. I mean, since its inception, it's down 86% essentially. And every time it starts to try to get up, it just moves down a little bit more. It hasn't made a new bottom in a long time. If we were to look at it from this perspective here, you got a low, actually you got a low, you got a higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, right? See, you're trending this way. You've got a high and a higher high and a higher high and a higher high, but then it really came undone after that last higher high. And so it's going to take a lot of work to kind of keep this trend, this channel moving up in a positive way, because it's kind of, broken down off of that a little bit. So this is going to be a company, I think they're going to have to do things to prove that they make money and people want to buy their vehicles and all that stuff like that. And outside of that, it's going to need some kind of news to come out and, really get it going and investors to believe in it. It's an 800 million float stock. So this isn't something that day traders are pushing around, retail traders are pushing around. There's going to have to be some institutional belief in this company. I would also say, as I zoom in a little bit here, it got going on this nice, real big move here, and then it was fading into earnings and a positive earnings reaction right away, negative second reaction, and it closed that gap, and now it's moving off that gap. So, you got to get clear above this to have any shot to really rolling again. Otherwise, you're either sitting back down here towards 16, 15, and fading again. Right. So you really, 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 really need to clear this area. You can see, look, trouble in that area, trouble in that area, trouble in that area, breaks down that area, can't get back up through it, gapped up, tried to trade up to it, couldn't quite even get there before it started fading again. Right. So that's what I'd be looking at. This area is really, really big time, really, really big time. So, I mean, are you crazy for it? No, I don't think anybody's, in general, when you're looking at, stocks that, they're in a cutting edge technology area, whether people like electric vehicles or don't like electric vehicles, opinion doesn't mean anything, right? Electrical vehicles are here. I don't foresee them disappearing anytime soon. I mean, gas vehicles, the combustion engine ain't disappearing as well either, but, we'll see who comes out as the long-term players. Both positive and negative things can be said about, both, traditional combustion engines and electric engines. And, some people, they love their Teslas. Some people hated their Teslas, some people love their Ford Lightnings that are doing the trucks with the EVs. Some people hate them, so it's really going to come down to who's got the staying power in the EV world. And I think those companies that come up with the longest term batteries, or longest lasting batteries and things like that, those will be the ones where people that want to be in the EV world for what they're doing on their driving, those will be the ones that see the investment upside on it. 92% of EV owners will purchase another EV. That's good. That's good numbers here. Thanks, Pepe. Appreciate you sharing that. I don't have an opinion one way or the other on them. I'm not going to just buy a new car for the sake of buying a new car, outside of hitting the Mega Millions or something like that. But when the time comes that I'll have to buy a new car, I'm going to go test drive some EVs, and see what it's all about. I can also say, look, you look at a stock like Ford, and Ford was doing real well back a couple of years ago. Maybe it's even more than a couple of years ago. I guess coming out of COVID. Let's hit the Wayback Machine here. Bear with me. Come on, Ford chart. You can do it. I believe in you. Even if you don't believe in yourself. Gotta scroll back just a touch more. All right, so yeah. Here's COVID crash, and then Ford was looking real good for whatever reason. People really liked Ford. But then a funny thing happened to me on the way to the forum, right? And they've continued to struggle. Now, a lot of stuff crashed out at this point, and we had a bear market in 2022 going into 2023. So that wasn't unusual wasn't like Ford was the big one to pick on for that. That was just the market in general. But Ford hasn't been able to get its wheels back under it because it is not selling its EVs. And they're stuck on inventory, and people want their gas vehicles from Ford, and so on and so forth. So Ford has suffered because of EVs. Actually, they have not. It has been something that's held them back. They've had to restructure manufacturing and plants again because of it, and all those kinds of things like that. So there's one tale of EVs not working out for a company, right? I never know what to say with Tesla, other than the fact that, most people tell you, well, it's not an EV company. It's whatever narrative they want to go with Tesla this week on what kind of company it is. But the bottom line is this, Tesla's had some staying power. It's, the vehicles themselves, they've been able to turn profits now after people thought they'd never turn profit. And, the stock looks good. And I get it that there's, Starlink, and he owns Twitter, and, whatever robot shit that he's doing, and SpaceX and all these other things like that. They all kind of tied into Tesla, whether you want to admit it or not want to admit it. The bottom line is nobody's turning a blind eye to it, at least not the real investing world. And, Tesla looks good, as far as the stock goes. So, tale of two different car companies, one struggling than the other. Again, I get there's other narratives out there with Tesla. I totally, before anybody yells at me about it, I get it. But, a chart's a chart. Yeah, a lot going the hybrid route. So anyways, so that's, short and skinny, tie that all together with the Rivian RIVN question, which I appreciate. That led to a really good dialect and some stuff. Yeah, and I mean, moreover, whether EVs go anywhere anytime soon, definitely not. I think they're kind of here to stay. I mean, unless something crazy happens with the amount of investment and infrastructure that's been created, and you've got, parking lots all over the country that have just EV charging spaces, and the money people have put into, all this. And clearly EVs are where a lot of powerful, influential people have made their bets. It will take a lot for EVs to not, to not keep keep the market share that they've already gained. It would take a lot for them not to keep that market share that they've already gained. So, there is that. I wonder if that's why LIT has actually been moving up lately. Because LIT's been on a tear since June. Yeah, quite a move for LIT recently. Back around, I guess it was coming out of COVID, later 2020 and then through all 2021. I was trading some battery stocks. Man, they were such good movers. Well, they were good movers when I was on the right side of the trade. When I was on the bad side of the trade, not so good of movers. They were still moving a lot, but just very bad against me. LMTH, I think that might have been one of them. LTHM. No, stock might not even exist anymore. Can't think of it now. Anyways, trying to think of some lithium ion plays that exist out there. CCL moving up. I think that was moving in the pre-market. For some reason, someone asked a question in an email, and I happened to look at pre-market CCL. No, it must have been something else. I don't believe it was CCL. Weekly chart. Let's move back to a daily. Picture in, picture out. I hear Barry. I don't know if you can hear me.
No, I just wanted to hear you floundering for a bit.
Okay.
You were trying to figure out that lithium stock?
Yeah. And I can't think of it. LTH, LMTH. I don't remember now.
LNTH, I think, is a stock now. I think LNTH is it not?
LMTH.
I think.
I feel like it had an LM, a T, and an H in there in some kind combination.
How about LNTH is definitely, but it's not a lithium stock. But how about LITM? Is that ring a bell?
No.
No.
Snow
And
Lake
and it
Resources.
shouldn't, because wait a minute, LITM. I put two I's in. It's Snow
Yeah.
Lake Resources, and that is, I think that's a
Canadian
lithium.
miner.
Yeah.
Non-metallic though.
Hmm. Yeah, but you can't. Yeah, but you're looking at how we've categorized it. It doesn't necessarily mean that that's correct.
No, yeah. I've seen some interesting ones.
Yeah. But if that's not
Winnipeg.
the one, that's not the one. Yeah, Winnipeg. Yeah, the center of our country.
Interesting. Doesn't say what they really do, just engages in the exploration and development of mineral resources.
That's right. Pretty and
Broad.
Snow Lake. Well, I can almost guarantee. Well, it's located in Winnipeg, but I thought maybe there was a place called Snow Lake because it would be appropriately named. Definitely in the middle of a Manitoba winter. So, are you done?
I guess.
Have you had enough?
Yeah. Luckily today, at least I got some engagement from everybody.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah. Yesterday was man, tumbleweeds were rolling through us.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know that I had one question yesterday.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Well, next time that happens, I'll just come in as a pseudonym or something, and I'll ask you a bunch of questions.
I appreciate it. Anything.
Okay.
All right,
my friend. Well, listen. Thanks for doing the double duty, and
absolutely.
Now, are you going to be available next Monday, or somebody else is going to spell you?
No, Mondays are my day. We rotate, so every third week I get a Tuesday.
Oh, I see. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
So this was
my friend.
Tuesday, and next week I think it'll be Steve, and then Andy, and then me again.
Okay.
So I thank you all kindly. Thank you, Barry.
You're welcome, and I'll take over.
We'll do it again next week.
All right. Bye. Bye. All right, guys, I'm back in YouTube, back in the other room. Get rid of my announcement and get my music going, and then we're back to. So you've been rescued. William DM'd to me and said that he's back now, so you don't have to keep it open if you don't want to, because William will be keeping the room open till 3:45ish. Okay, so you're off the hook. Not that you're ever on the hook. Ooh, alloy. What is this one doing right now? Okay, this is this. You know what? I've got to put a price alert in this 18 level. Okay, I'm not saying it's going to happen today. It may never happen, but I want to know about it if it does, because this one got all the way up to $27. It's pulled all the way back, and it's trying to have a bit of a it's having a bit of a day today. William, BNTX is now starting to make a nice little move. Okay, nice little move for BNTX. Nice little move through the VWAP now, through the VWAP. What if this will go on a kind of a late day run? I mean, it's already had a run, don't get me wrong, from 80 to 82, but I'm wondering now that it's through the VWAP and the initial shock of the earnings play and co-founders leaving, but a planned leave, okay? It was a planned leave. Well, I shouldn't say a planned leave, but they're not leaving till the end of the year. So, I mean, we're in March, so they've still got the balance of the year. Let's see if it takes out this, gets it back up to the 30s and maybe. Got a little spready on us, 82.03, 82.25. So a little bit spready on for us. But some poppage now for it. Guys, I mean, I still have now. The only problem is ACXB. I still have my eye on this one, maybe for the late day. It has been very choppy on a 5-minute chart. Looks a little less as I zoom in a bit or out a bit, I guess. Let's do it on the same thing with the 2-minute chart. But it's pretty choppy. Testing the VWAP again. Maybe look at it on a 5-minute chart because I have a feeling that if I can get over this back into the 3 level, we may have a late day run. It's a low float, 2 million, 2.4 million in the float. So certainly a late dayer or sorry, a low float. It's actually an earnings play coming up. Not that that matters really. Nobody expects these little guys to be making money. So Cast, is this a opens for trade at $33? What? Say what? Is this I can't tell if this is truly an IPO or not. I mean, it opened up here at $33. It's $12 now. I can't quite tell if it's a bona fide IPO. That makes no sense. So Pepe, I see you chimed in YouTube regarding the new sodium battery technology. So are you saying that that's replacing lithium? I've not heard of that before. Sodium battery. Hmm. And obviously, no fires. Okay, I was going to say, is it longer lasting or it's more of the no fires? Okay, which is obviously important. So who is who's a company, a public company that has something to do with that? Are there any public companies? Two China names. Okay. All right. Are you going to keep us on? You're going to keep us guessing, or are you going to give us the names? CATL. Okay. Not CATL. Oh, I see. That's the name of the. Hmm. Hey, Gemini, can you give me a couple of, can you give me any public companies that are into the new sodium battery technology and their symbols?
Sodium ion, Na-ion battery technology is hitting a major commercial inflection point in 2026. While many of the specialized pioneers remain private, like Natron Energy or Tiamat,
You
several
were,
massive public conglomerates have.
all right, you were right, William. It is CHEL, but they don't trade in, doesn't look like they trade in the US. They trade on the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. Okay. I don't think they're, and BYD, of course, BYD, another one that doesn't trade in the US exchange. Ah, Reliance. Reliance? Just give me a moment here. I don't know if that's the Reliance. No, that's in India. That's in India also.
Fully integrated sodium technology into their portfolios. Here are the primary public companies leading the charge. 1.
Yeah, you're right, of course. Sodium is abundant and roughly 30 to 50% cheaper than lithium. They don't struggle in the cold weather, so that's good for in the north in Canada. And you're right, significantly less prone to thermal runaway fire and can be shipped at 0 volts, making doesn't appear to be any US listed stock that is doing this or company doing this. Not at least on the public side. Well, let's be the first. All right. Well, did anybody take the BNTX, guys? I'm just, I forgot. I don't have very much. Okay, I do not have very much. I didn't like this. Didn't love the spread, but I'm just looking now, and it's 82.82. Little. Well, I know CBAT. I mean, that's batteries, of course. CBAT, really. Ugly trader now. Man, oh man, what an ugly trader. Used to be pretty active. And I've seen Frey before, Frey, but it's funny that Gemini did not identify either of those two. Frey, Frey, not trading anymore as Frey then. So look who's taken over, guys. NLR taken over top spot in the sector list. NLR, uranium and nukes. Silver is well, now it's second place. Nicely done, William. All right, guys, 113. So I'm going to go over my homepage one last time today. I think, just give me a moment. I just want to bring up an email, okay? Because I think that we are starting a promo pretty soon. March 11th. Yeah. So, okay. So hold off. Okay. If you're thinking about taking out a subscription to Trade Ideas, hold off till tomorrow. Dan's not listening. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, again, hold off till tomorrow. You'll be able to use Barry 25 and you'll get 25% off. Okay. So hold off till tomorrow because that's when the promo starts. Okay, so again, wait, but when you do, if and when you take out a subscription, wow, look at BNTX, Yahoo, over 83 now. If and when you take out a subscription sometime in the future, it would really help if you use my code. The company tracks the use of the promo codes, and when they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping the 2 rooms free. And the 25% will again, it's not available yet. It'll be applied to the first month only or the entire year of a subscription, and doesn't matter if you choose our standard or our premium service. Okay? Those of you in YouTube, there is another room. A lot more action in this room, okay? The trading room. It's free also. And a couple of other plums. This room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. So if you're looking for some pre-market action, conversing with other traders in the pre-market, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Obi, thank you, Obi. Obi opens it up. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so a little early. So that's why Obi opens it up. And when I leave, I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30, unless I have questions. I'll always stay later. William typically keeps this room open after I leave, and he's already indicated today he'll keep it open till 3:45-ish. So on the big days, the room is open between 6:45 and 3:45. It's free. Okay, so if you're sitting there in YouTube and you're wanting a lot more, like a more active room, come in here. And if you keep scrolling down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And you'll get an email and it'll outline potential entry, where the stop is, and how you trade it. If you trade it, of course, is going to be completely up to you. This week's trade of the week was Lunar, LUNR, but it never triggered. So it's not a bad trade of the week. It's sort of a non-event. Doesn't mean you can't trade it, at some point, but in keeping with the email, it didn't hit the trigger point. So it's it's a non-event. Education. If you do take out a subscription or you're wondering about the program, is this a good fit for me? If that's your question, well, all you have to do is this: go to the Getting Started. Now, again, if you take out a subscription, 12 short videos to get you started covering the key elements of the program. Mandatory you do this. For those who don't have the program and wondering about it, start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try. You can always try us, go month to month, or even within 1 month. You don't like it, let us know. We'll unsubscribe you, okay? No long-term contract. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, free series of videos for you. If you're new to trading, there are 15 of them. They're fairly long, but they take you right from scratch. Back to basics. What is a stock? You don't necessarily have to start off with that one, but I mean, it's as basic as you get, and they get increasingly more difficult as time goes on. Get down to the 15th one. Not difficult, but more comprehensible or comprehensive. Last, if you're looking for my scan, so you clicked on my homepage link, and here you are, my scans. Click on the section, and this is what I'm currently sharing. Here's the race over here, the large cap race right here. This is the movers versus upside versus downside right here. Another race, I don't have it up and running, but it's a more volatile race. You can take a look at it if you want. Pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. Halts, resumes. I'm not displaying it, but it's on my other monitor. and 3 other scans that I don't have up and running, but you can take a look at. There's a momentum scan, a gap scan, and the Pepe combo scan. So if you have any questions about them, some of the other scans that I don't have on my homepage, I do talk about. If you want them, you can just let me know, like this one right here. And before I forget, I get the gentleman to change everything on my homepage. Yep, it did drop right back down. That's a nice move, though. I mean, it got up to what 83.35, and then it dropped back down. Kind of hoping it would hit 100. MLYS. This is an interesting one. Now, I might have. I mean, the closer this gets to 30, you can see there are a couple of daily highs right at 30. It is now through the 200-day moving average. Is a dollar above the 200-day moving average, but there are a couple of daily highs right at 30. So, I mean, this could stall, could give us a bit of a short opportunity. It is an earnings play coming up later this week. What are we now? The 10th, 11th, 12th. So after hours on Thursday. What I do kind of like about it, look at the spread, best spread. I mean, 1 cent. So I'm wondering if we get close to 30, maybe take a shot at a short on this one, just because of the daily two daily highs. I mean, one's at 29.97 and the other one is at 30.05. So, let's call it 30. Now, if it takes 30 out, then it's got a lot of room. Still 31.13. Well, let's take a look at XLE, William, just out of curiosities. Yeah, so look at XLE on that news. Almost for sure that it's that's look at that. Only one sector is negative, and that's XLE. Okay, guys, figs on the move. Now there's still room. There is still room. $17 is the next high. Figs is on the move. It's in this scan right here. Showed up earlier at 11:22. That was the time, and at 15.98. So it hasn't. It's taken a while for it to really move, but I don't think you can, Monica. I don't think you can. The VIX, is there anything that mimics it? I think Pepe knows. Is there anything that kind of mimics it? I mean, I may be wrong. I don't know what happens when I do FXX. Does that help? FX, VXX, does that help? I mean, I don't trade this, so, but it says VIX short-term futures. Is that good enough? So that's all we have. But does that mirror the VIX closely enough? The fact that it says the S&P 500 VIX short-term futures. So that doesn't do it for you. VXX. That doesn't VXX. That doesn't do it for you. Hmm. So at 20 in our YouTube room is saying SVIX is the opposite of VIX, better trade. I don't know. I mean, here's SVIX. I don't know anything about this. Well, I know what it means and all that. I've never really traded it. You know, guys, I'm remiss in not showing you this one earlier. Oh yeah, this is MGNX. It was an earnings play. I actually had it thumbnailed for some reason because I traded this one years and years and years and years ago. Did okay on it. I mean, I'm talking years ago. Not like even before here. Oh yeah, well before that. Let's see if I can figure out when I. My guess it was in here, in like around here. Anyway, but it's an earnings play, and I saw it, and it was just over $3, and I thought, you know what, this might have, it's an earnings play, could go on a little bit of a run, a little 10% run, not a little bit, as a 10% run, and what I liked about it was the spread. I mean, it was only a penny, so it was easy to trade. It was an earnings play, decent volume, 15 times normal, on and on and on. So sorry I didn't bring it to your attention. I didn't trade it myself. I got tied up doing something else. I think when it was breaking three, it was right, it was right in my noon hour break. And see, it was right around here. So here's another one. Here's another little cheap earnings play. Could it go a little bit? Let me just take a look at it on the weekly chart. I mean, it's got a little bit of room on the weekly chart, 557. Okay, I'm not saying it's getting there, but it's over 5. A little bit of a break here. And it's an earnings play. Well, there you go. Yeah, VIXI. Short-term futures. Is this what's this one like for you, Monica? Thank you, Todd. Is that a good fit for you now, Monica? VIXI, VIXY. ProShares VIX short-term futures ETF. All right, guys. Now this one has been very choppy. ZVRA has been very, very choppy, but maybe it's settled down. I mean, it's had a nice run, hanging over 11 now. It's an earnings play. Maybe it'll have that, that more steady run now. It's kind of consolidating here on the 2, on the 5. The trend has changed, but it's been choppy most of the day. But maybe now that it is over 11, and let's see, where could it go? Yeah, I mean, look, the next high. Well, okay, the next high on the weekly chart is 1123. It did actually get there, I think. Got a little over that. So it might struggle to get through that 1123. I've seen that Plix in here all day. There's another one, guys. HIMX, another one popping here on some volume. So when you say whenever the VIX goes above 30, 100% of the time it will be a lot lower in 6 months. Okay. Easy trade. Okay. But is this a comparison then, the VIXI to what you're talking about? I'm talking to 20 in the YouTube room. When you talk about 30, is that number right there? No, I understand, but we're trying to find something equivalent that Trade Ideas has. Okay. I'm talking to 20 _ 53 in our YouTube room, trying to find something that's somewhat equivalent to the VIX. I mean, I again, ProShares VIX short-term futures, VIXI. Yeah, but we don't have it. We don't have that at least I don't think so. See, we don't have it. That's what I mean. Guys, I'd be all over this Voyageur if it weren't for this. The next high on a weekly chart is right here, 513. It got to 519. Again, one of these cheap earnings plays, kind of like the MGNX, sneaky good. Ooh. Boy, now I wish I had a different broker. We had the, and now there's still no shorts available. We had that alert from this scan right here, up big yesterday, down today. Okay. And look at the alert we had for TURB at 9:51 at 4:15. I just didn't have shorts available. That's probably the short of the day percentage wise, down to 286. Just didn't have shorts available. All right, guys. Well, I might have about 25 minutes left later if there are questions, but good time to ask questions. I'm looking at a few things, but I'm not seeing anything that's really grabbing me right now. The BRCB could be interesting, but it's got to take out that high. I'm sorry, I got to get over that whole number. Yeah, evidently it didn't. Well, obviously it did meet the math required, but you're talking about the PLY. It's not a low float, and it's 10 million in the float. Used to be in those old days, that would be crazy low. This is just sort of a moderate float now. Relative volume, 1, basically trading normally up to this time of day. Any news on this one? So this is a while back. This is on February 27th. So a couple of weeks ago, Maxim starts Polarex at a buy, sees PLX 200 as differentiated. So it is a bio. All right, let's take a closer look at this one, guys, because what sort of room does it have? That high right there is 505, so it's above that high. Next high, that's 5. What is the next high? 590? Yeah, man, looks like 590 could be the next high looking left. And it is rippage now. I'm just eyeballing it, okay? 588, you're right. It is 588, but I'm just kind of trying to eyeball it. Takes that out. Got to watch this one tomorrow. Wow. Got to watch this one tomorrow. Look at the next high after that is 1750. I sort of remember this. That's right. That was a big was one of the big IPOs. When I say big IPO, let's see who's behind that one. I think there were some fairly big guys, if memory serves me right. Let's take a look if I can find it anywhere. Clicks right there. Oh yeah, it was direct listing. So it wasn't a typical IPO. So Maxim, okay, that's why Maxim is. So it was a direct listing, which the big guys hate. They don't get their commissions. Well, this could be. I mean, is it? I mean, it's crawling off the bottom here. Yeah, crawling off the bottom, guys. You're talking about shorting it. Yeah, you're talking about shorting it. Yeah, I mean, the fee rate is at Interactive Brokers, anyways, 528. I'm surprised there are shares available, but it could be interesting going forward, guys. I mean, listen, if it takes this out, that high right there is, what did we say, 588? 588 is that high right there. No, that's 815. There's the high. Let's call it 590, but let's go right here. And look what it got to. Literally to five, well, it got to 580. And that high right there is 590. So let's put a price alert just over, just underneath 6. See if it gets there. You know, it could happen today, but I mean, this could be the start of something beautiful. Seriously, I mean, it's coming off the bottom now. Oops. Now, Maxim, of course, coming out with that. Yeah, I mean, remember now, they're sort of the, do we call them the underwriter? I don't know what the term would be, but you know, they're the group behind it. So of course they're going to try to pump it. Yeah, I mean, this gets over 6. I mean, it could really start to rip. I don't see any news on it today. Aha, MEOH. I was thinking about toying with the idea of shorting this one, but it was hanging around that 50 so long that I kind of lost interest. But now it's dropping 49.48. The next low looking left is 40, about $1. Not quite. 48. I call it 48.92. I often wonder about these guys who go direct to because they're not going to get the big guys involved. Big guys won't recommend it probably, even if it was a fantastic stock. It reminds me of the brokers who take like a 1% commission. And they got their sign out front. No broker will recommend clients going there, even if it was the best house in the world. All right, guys. Well, this MLYS is getting closer. Oh, well, guess what? Huh. Wow. Look at that. I was thinking that this would stall it. This area right here, 29.97, the $30 level, not even close. It just accelerated right through that. And that's the MLYS. I was thinking about shorting this one. If it got close to this level. Plix, guys, PLYX. Boy, it looks like it wants to get 6. Again, that's not a recommendation. I'm just well, got the 598. Got the 601. Okay. It did get the 601. So again, the next high, there's that 590, and the next high is 815. 815 is the next high in the daily chart for this PLYX. And we're not saying it's going to get there, but it sure is coming off the bottom here. Throw a little plixie dust. Plixie. I see. I just ruined the joke. Throw a little plixie dust on it and get it going. Oh man, it is. I have to resist. I just literally have to resist taking it. I have to. Unless it pulled back just a little bit and got through 6 again. Kind of like what it's doing now. Shoot, look at that MLYS. Man, you talk about just it just exploded through 30. I remember when I was looking at this one when it was in this the spread was a penny. Now look at the spread, 30.48, 30.79. Boy, look at the volume on this one, guys, the PLYX. Look at the volume coming in. Look at that. I mean, it did nothing all day, really. Okay. Get out of here. one more time through that 6. It's not bad now. I mean, for a stock, well, it's a penny right there, but it's not bad now for a stock that is really, really looking like it's going to move. Could even be like a lotto swing, and not a recommendation. Okay. Wild action. I mean, that popped up to 645, almost 650. Big topping tail though now. Nah, yeah, right. A lotto play, just a lotto play. First day crawling off the bottom. And come on, Maxim said it's going to 10. Volume is still stellar, guys. I mean, the volume, yeah, it's dropped a bit, but I mean, it's still big. Well, guys, lotto play it is. I don't know. Guys, 154. I'm getting set to wrap this up. Look at the volume coming in. I mean, the volume is not subsiding. I mean, that's almost the biggest 2-minute bar. And it's just all over this. I mean, this is just all over this, the compare count. Just to cover this, guys, in case you don't know what this is, some of you may not know what this display is all about. It's basically taking two competing scans, okay, alert windows. This one, the green data, is what it's looking for. It works in the pre-market, also on the post-market. So if the price is between 50 cents and $30, up 300,000 shares minimum, 300% of normal. That's why I say you're in the afternoon. You usually get big volume bursts. You'll see a volume bar, really standing out. And it's got to be up at least 2%. So what happens is here is on the positive side, and what you can do, you'll see the flip. The flip will basically turn anything that can be flipped will be flipped. What do I mean by that? So obviously you can flip new highs to new lows, and you can say the stock is going to be down at least 2% instead of up 2%. So anything that can be flipped will be flipped. So basically you're running two competing scans and seeing which one is winning. And so you can see, and anything in green means the stock is making another new high. And of course, anything in red. I have reason to believe. I don't know if these numbers, these percentages, are actually correct, because I've seen days where you see a lot of red, it's not individual stocks. It's a number of times. Okay, so that's why, of course, I believe it now. The 85%, I do believe that. You can always clear it, and let's see what happens. Now we're 50-50. Let's see what happens. Okay, well, that makes sense. 100%, 100%. Green. And Plix. My goodness, this is getting really exciting. $10 million in the float. So I mean, it's not a low. It's not a high float, of course, but it's not it's not crazy low, but it is low. So you can see there, BAK. So that means that of all the tickers that have come through, 3% when there's only one that represents 3%. That's what that number is supposed to mean anyway. All right, guys, it's almost 2:00. So are there any other questions? Well, William's going to keep this room open till 3:45-ish, he said. I will keep my layout displayed until then. You'll still see my layout. I won't be here. I'll certainly be muting myself. I do show up from time to time, get back into the chair. So if I do see a question, I'll answer it if I can. For YouTubers, I have to shut you guys down. Nobody to moderate. But before I do that, I will put my homepage link in. So if you do want to come over to the main room, where that room will still be open till 3:45-ish, okay? And how to get in, just click on my homepage link. and scroll down until you see the trading room. And it's free. It is free. Okay. So again, this room will be open tomorrow at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Thank you, Obi, for opening the room so early. 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. And today it'll be open till 3:45-ish. Okay. So I'll be muting I have to shut you guys down in YouTube. So I'm going to end the stream right now.